regulate the cultural initiation practice. In fact, I can confirm that it was approved by Cabinet this morning. We believe this will go a long way to reducing the number of fatalities emanating from this practice. Last month, House Chairperson, the Ministry, in partnership with National House of Traditional Leaders, organized the traditional leadership in Daba to address challenges facing the sector. We welcome the Indaba Declaration on matters such as land ownership, tenure rights, economic development, social cohesion, and institutional support. We look forward to working with traditional leaders to resolve these and other issues. Ladies and gentlemen, the Community Work Program, as you are all aware, is one of the flagship programs of this department. A reimagined municipal space cannot happen without the involvement of the poorest of the poor. The number of municipalities that have CWP programs has increased from 198 to 229 in the last year. Out of an annual target of 234,000, we were able to provide 243 work opportunities as at March this year. The CWP is one of the most impactful programs of the department. It targets the marginalized, the voiceless, the unheard, those who are not on Facebook or Twitter, and whose concerns are not reduced to a hashtag. Updated figures, House Chairperson, reveal that we have exceeded our training target of 23,483 CWP participants. 33,224 CWP participants received training for the financial year 2016-2017. I must indicate, Chairperson, that one of the biggest weaknesses that we are intending to address in this financial year is to make sure that all the training accorded to CWP participants are properly accredited. And I must indicate also the additional training was also made possible through partnerships with other sector departments and private stakeholders. The CWP has established a partnership with the Department of Small Business Development, and as we are speaking, this partnership have made it possible for the training of 227 participants on cooperatives. To date, 18 cooperatives have been registered. However, these figures only tell on the side of the story. Sipoka Ziplachi from Ekwezi, Johnsonville, was one of the CWP storekeepers. The experience she gained assisted her in obtaining employment at a national retailer that opened in Johnsonville recently. Belinda January from Blue Crane Route Municipality was an unemployed mother of two who lives in Preston. She started working for CWP in October 2014. As we speak today, through her dedication and hard work, which paid, she is now employed at the Kuzoko Lodge as a waitress and a guide. These are the little stories that do not make headlines or the front pages of the Sunday newspapers, but they do change the trajectory of people's life for generations to come. This is the government that the people of South Africa voted for. We are currently working with National Treasury to develop a new CWP model, which is intended to address identified gaps. Honorable Chairperson, we want a transformed municipal space to become a reality for all our citizens. To that end, we have identified the misalignment between bulk and reticulation infrastructure as one of the major causes of delay in the delivery of basic services. Working through the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, MISA, in collaboration with our partners, the Development Bank of Southern Africa and the Department of Water and Sanitation, we have developed an implementation plan for 7 municipalities. The Municipal Infrastructure Grant plays a vital role in changing the face of municipalities so that citizens experience firsthand the work of local government. As at the end of March 2017, 9.5 billion, close to 63% of the total MIG allocation of 14.9 billion was spent. Municipalities in Mpumalanga province are performing the best at this point as they have spent 72.42%, which is close to 1.3 billion. They are followed by KwaZulu-Natal, that has spent 69.4%, which is in fact 2.3 billion of the total allocation of 3.8 billion. The MIC annual allocation over the 2017 MTF indicates an amount of 900 million, which is allocated outside of the grant formula and earmarked for specific sports infrastructure projects identified by Sports and Recreation South Africa. To accelerate the spending level, Honorable House Chairperson, of struggling municipalities, COCTA has planned to strengthen its capacity to support municipalities to improve spending by, amongst others, developing its financial unit capacity to handle MIC conversions for municipalities that fail to spend MIC allocation, and also by transferring the MIC program from DCOG to MISA. The objective of this transfer, House Chair, is to foster synergy between projects monitoring and technical support functions, which is highly required by some of these municipalities with less technical capacity. A project management office has been established with the role of facilitating the collaborative implementation of intergovernment initiatives aimed at reducing backlogs in the 27 district municipalities. As part of its efforts to transform the municipal space, MISA trained 372 apprentices towards qualifying as artisans in various trades critical for municipal infrastructure delivery and management. This apprenticeship program is targeted at producing electricians, plumbers, diesel mechanics, and bricklayers. MISA also provides training to 884 municipal officials through short courses in technical skills to enhance their technical capabilities. The focus of capacity building in this financial year will be on the continuation of apprenticeship training for 300 learners currently in the program. In addition to this, 160 graduates will be provided with opportunities for workplace experience in selected municipalities. As part of our effort to ensure that competent people are appointed, the department intends promulgating the regulations applicable to all staff members below management echelons during this financial year. We are embarking upon a holistic review of our local government system, informed by such emerging realities as the impact of urbanization in our municipalities, the developmental role of local government as reflected in phase 2 of our Back to Basics, and how to govern effectively the many socially and economically differentiated environments that characterize the municipal landscape along the rural-urban continuum. I must indicate, House Chair, that a discussion document is under preparation during this current financial year. The department is gravely concerned about the excessive growth of debt owed to municipalities, which is to the tune of 117 billion as of December last year. The work of National Task Team on Government Debt is making progress in resolving the historic debt, and government departments have made commitments to adhere to their current debt. Our chairperson, I must indicate that the budget allocations for this 2017 medium-term expenditure to the department amount to 78.4 billion just for 2017-2018, and 85.1 billion for 2018-2019, and 91 billion for 2019-2020. This reflects an average growth of 8% over the 2017 medium-term expenditure framework. The total allocation of 74.4 billion in this financial year is divided as follows. For the Department of Cooperative Governance is 78.2 billion, of which 73 will go to transfer and subsidies. And of course, for operational costs, will receive 558 million. And special allocations will be made for 3.7 billion, and the Department of Traditional Affairs will then be allocated 145 million. In conclusion, House Chairperson, we believe that today we have outlined our programs and plans that will further enhance the economic transformation agenda of South Africa so that all South Africans can enjoy prosperity. My sincere gratitude goes to my colleagues, both Deputy Minister Nel and Deputy Minister Bapela for their hard work and diligence over the past year. We will not have achieved as much without their sterling contribution. My thanks also go to the various Director Generals, including the current DG, Dr. Charles Noila, who is serving both departments. Also, to the staff of the ministries and the departments, I thank you for your efforts over the past year. It has been my pleasure to serve with you. Thanks to all hardworking MECs and councillors. Finally, a word of thanks also to both the Select Committee and the Committee of the National Assembly. And lastly, to my family, who has remained my safe harbor during all the storms. Honorable Chairperson, I have the honor to submit Budget Vote 4 for your approval. Ke a leboha.
Thank you. Thank you. I must indicate that we have the challenge of the system being down. So for those that will be going to the podium, the clock is not working. I'm relying on this one that I have here. But I haven't called you. I haven't called you. So I can tell you that the minister finished before even he was left with only 1 minute. So the clock is here. I'm the one who's running the clock here. So sorry for those that will be going on the podium. Honorable Mtetwa. Sorry, Honorable Mtetwa, can you take your seat? Let me deal with Honorable Koni. Honorable Koni, why are you standing? What point of order?
No. Chairperson, you know, I'm worried concerning this thing of time that you'll be the only one presiding over our times. You are not to be trusted. So can't we also check our own times, please, Chairperson? You are not to be trusted. So something must be done. Actually, it must be corrected.
In terms of the rule, yeah, take a seat so that I can make a ruling. In terms of the rule of the National Council of Provinces, it's a serious violation of our rule if we are going to be an honorable member casting aspersion on a presiding officer without presenting a very serious, effective, valid, substantive motion. Refrain from that. And I'm not going to make it a discussion. I'm saying we're working on it to make sure that the clock will be there. I'm not subjecting this, not unless we are rising on another matter. I've made a ruling on this one. Okay. Let's hear the other matter.
Everything that I've just said, if we can go back to the Hansard from last year, even last of last year, I can correct that. Thank you very much.
It's not another matter, Honorable Kone. Honorable Mtetwa, can you continue with the debate? And, what I will do is to assist those when we are towards the end that your time is about to expire. Continue, Mtetwa.
Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable MECs from various provinces, members of the NCOP, representing the provinces, members and distinguished guests, the debate on the vote for, which is the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, marks another important milestone in the history and evolution of our struggle for freedom. It coincides with the 1976 June 16 anniversary and commemoration of the heroic act and efforts of our youth to bring about the desired change in our country, where everybody who lives in it enjoys fundamental freedom and all the rights now entrenched in our Constitution. Today I stand here in full acknowledgement of these efforts and further express a word of gratitude to our youth who unarmed decided to seize the bull by the horns and defeated the apartheid regime, complementing efforts of the heroes and stalwarts of our struggle for freedom and democracy. It marks a call for an outcome-orientated local government that recognizes the challenges facing our youth, our young democracy. It calls for a system of local government that embraces the role of our youth, precisely because part of the building a responsible local government system entails building and mentoring future leaders for the present and the future good of our democracy. It is equally because it is at the local government level where things are happening in terms of delivery and non-delivery of services. It is exactly where greatest challenges are felt about the state capacity to deliver need-satisfying services. Local government should therefore be recognized and embraced as the epicenter of our development and service delivery value chain. It requires active participation and involvement by all citizens, the various state organs across the three spheres of local government, all sectors of South African economy. It is equally another opportunity to echo a clarion call for the end of the scourge of corruption by all those in the local government service in favor of effort towards good governance and ethical leadership. It equally calls on all of us to honor our leader and stalwart, Regional Oliver Tambo, together with many others, by dedicating 2017 the year of Oliver Tambo, a year for the achievement of a responsible local government system, by addressing the socio-economic inequalities in our society, whose impact and manifestation are mostly visible in local government. Our people continue to live a helpless life, unable to make a living. Our system of local government should essentially take the tune from our constitution and not lead our people into another life of disempowerment, poverty, unemployment, and seclusion, while a few are enjoying the fruits of our hard-fought democracy, where most lost their lives for the betterment of our society. Working together, we can make it work and more sustainable. We should together rededicate ourselves through our collective efforts to strive towards a true local government service dedicated to serve the people of South Africa. We have to soldier on in making local government work for all, using the back-to-basic approach to local government service delivery by renewing our collective and individual efforts towards transforming South Africa into a true democratic, non-racial, and prosperous country, where everybody is able to make an honest living by using local government as the basis towards achieving this end. For this, we are all called upon to embrace the true character of our four barriers in particular, by emulating what Oliver Tambo, Nelson Mandela, Chris Hani, and many heroes of our struggle would be doing in making the dream for a true South Africa work for its people. True and responsible local government calls on all citizens to make their mark by working together to achieve, integrate, functional coordination, cooperative governance, cooperation, and sound intergovernmental cooperation in the delivery of services to our people. For this to happen, resources allocated for service delivery and for addressing unmet community needs should not be used for the other purposes. Similarly, benefits resultant for local service delivery should not circulate in the inner cycle of a selected individual. Hence, I stand here today calling for string monitoring of local government service delivery project to ascertain value for money and how supply chain management as well as tendering and adjudication is executed as the key risk area in local government. This, of course, can be realized when all of us in the service of our people are willing to embrace our fiduciary responsibility of establishing, maintaining, and managing our local government service protocol through a system of government and governance that acknowledges public accountability, good governance, and collective efforts in managing and leading with system thinking. The Department of Cooperative Governance budget allocated for 2017-2018 financial year has increased by 1% from 73 billion in 2016 to 2017 to 78 billion, whilst the higher increase of 8.9% under Program 6 Community Work Program, Program 2 Regional and Urban Development, and legislative support has decreased by more than half, averaging at 53%. This decrease is a consequence of the phasing out of the Municipal Demarcation Transition Grant commencing in Municipal Demarcation commencing in the 2018-2019 financial year, as recommended by the Financial and Fiscal Commission. That should be end in the 2017-2018 financial year, since it will no longer form part of the intergovernmental fiscal transfer system. The challenge of efficiently implementing Vision 2030 up to the year 2063 through the National Development Plan as the government policy agenda for public service delivery is at the center of a developmental state. Local government should be repositioned as one of the key drivers of public service efficiency, as all state service delivery and development projects get implemented.
Sorry, Honorable Mtetwa, can you take your seat? Honorable Isaac, why are you standing?
Chairperson, through you, I would just like to check if the speaker on the podium is willing to take a question.
Honorable Mtetwa, are you ready to take a question? Order members. Honorable Mtetwa, are you ready to take a question? Can you take a seat? Honorable Isaac is not ready to take a question. Continue, Honorable Mtetwa.
The 2017-2018 policy priorities of the Department of Traditional Affairs have, in real terms, increased by 5%, 129 million budget of the 2016-2017 financial year to 145 million. What the Department of Traditional Affairs has set out to pursue or doing proves to be a continuation of the 2016-2017 performance cycle commitments, which are going. Its main priority for the 2017-2018 financial year remains the challenge of amendment to the Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act 2003, Act number 14 of 2003, as well as the introduction of the customary initiation bill as a guide legislation to regulate the culture initiation practice for the overall reduction of circumcision death. Local government calls for a skilled cadre of employment and public leaders or representatives who are inquisitive to learn more in order to keep pace with the challenging international local government innovation and service delivery trend, so that South African local government and are not left in the changes taking place globally. Similarly, it is important for the government to proactive and strategically reposition the institution of traditional leadership as part of measures to establish mainly and manage intergovernmental cooperation and relations between this important heritage institution and the government abroad. Our government is challenged to make use of the institution of traditional leaders on matters of policy relating to all aspects of societal life, while the department is striving to provide and facilitate a conducive policy environment for the smooth functionality of local government. It is proper to state clearly that it is resolve of the government to develop and nurture a results-oriented local government services. Together, we should work hard to clean local government corruption and act of collusion. Our society is yearning for a clean and corrupt-free local government that represents the interest of a developmental state across the three spheres of local government. Local government is thus about providing the unmet diverse need of the South African population in the context of a true democratic order and non-racial society. Putting these needs and aspirations first is the key towards building South Africa's cohesion, united in its diversity towards a common vision for the country. It is crucial for the government to create an environment where the entire South African public service, inclusive of local government, is able to compete globally. The South African local government public service environment should as well be appropriately repositioned to effectively play its role in implementing the work of developmental state, so that local government truly enable the government to efficiently implement the National Development Plan using the Integrated Development Plan approach to achieve synergy. In conclusion, I stand here to say the local government is everybody's business. We therefore should work together to achieve more. Nothing will happen smoothly without cooperative governance. Our Constitution calls on all of us to be compliant with the principle of cooperative governance. Together, we can make it happen. Lastly, the budget vote for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and its annual performance plan for the 2017-2018 financial year is accordingly supported. We support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Chetty.
Guptas. Greetings and salutations, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, fellow members, dear guests. When asked how you would best like to be remembered, the late Tata Madiba said, "There will be life after Mandela. On my last day, I want to know that those that remain behind will say, the man who lies here has done his duty for his country and his people." How true indeed are those words. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said of the current captured leadership that Tata Madiba has left in his wake. Minister of Corrupt Governance and Captured Affairs, before you board Emirates flight JZ783 to Dubai, paid for by the Guptas, I, on behalf of law-abiding citizens of South Africa, pray that
Honorable
this is a
Chetty.
one-way ticket.
Honorable Chetty, can you take your seat? Honorable Dlamini.
Our chairman by stand.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I just want to check if it is parliamentary for a member to mislead the public and calling a department wrongly of what it is not.
No, it's I'm sustaining order, members. I'm sustaining the point of order. Honorable Chetty, refer to the department in a very appropriate manner. Honorable Julius.
On a point of order, I think you're making your own assertions of what was said. The honorable member stood up on a point of order and said you can't mislead the public. How do you know what she meant? Because you made another ruling now and say, just refer to the department like that and that. How do you know what
Honorable
she meant?
Julius, can you take your seat?
Consistency,
Can you take your seat? Honorable Julius, Honorable Dlamini went on to explain what she was referring to. And if you are not listening, don't make it my business. Continue, Honorable Chet.
You see, Chair, we've got a problem here because we all know that government is corrupt because councils have been placed under administration. And we know that we are well aware that affairs have been captured. So all I just said was corrupt governments and captured affairs. I did not refer to COCTA as such, I just said. But anyway, going forward, Chairperson, be warned, your ministry's failure to hold ANC MECs accountable will lead to your demise in this department. In 2013, your predecessor and successor, now ex-Minister of Finance, Pravin Gordhan, informed this House that 1/3 of the municipalities are dysfunctional, 1/3 are at risk, and 1/3 are performing well. 3 years later, nothing has changed. In fact, under your watch, council's progress has deteriorated. We have seen an increase in service delivery marches, some turning violent, even resulting in the loss of innocent lives. It is evident that under your watch, the Back to Basics project and its 5 pillars have failed to bring about the much anticipated better service delivery and sound governance at a local level. It cannot be a good story to tell when our unemployment rate increases, the poor are now destitute, our children abandoned, youth are unemployed, and students can't afford fees, yet the elite closest to the Guptas, like you, have captured the wealth of this country. Interventions, not due to administrative failures, but political manipulation, have seen an increase under your watch. Let's not be fooled. Yes, ANC-led councils aren't performing, but they enjoy the safety and are secure in comfort because of their MECs. While in an attempt to capture coalition municipalities, these very MECs are quick to abuse their power for political reasons and dissolve them. Unfortunately, recently in KwaZulu-Natal, the MEC's insistence and arrogance backfired on her. With the ANC not only losing in Mutu municipality outright, retaining only 3 out of the 5 wards, out of the 8 wards it won in the 2016 local government election, the ANC also lost Mzinyathi municipality. Tomorrow's crucial by-election in Pongola might yet again witness the ANC losing another municipality. Poetic justice indeed. The abuse of state resources by MECs offering food parcels to our destitute people is scandalous.
Honorable
You should
Cheti.
hang your heads in shame.
Honorable Chetty. Honorable Mteto.
Thank you, Chair. The honorable member is misleading the public. The DA contested all the wards in Mutu. They didn't win. They only
Honorable
get
Mtetwa.
1 PR.
Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mtetwa. That, order members. Order. That is not a point of order. It's a point for debate. Continue, Honorable Chetty.
Yeah, ne?
Order members.
You see, Chairperson, I know why the Honorable Mtetwa stood up. He knows he is lucky that the ANC deployed him here because he would have been out of job because he was the previous mayor of Mzinyathi. But rest assured, just as a newborn baby opens their eyes, so too are the impoverished of this country. And they have punished the ANC. They will be no longer fooled with food parcels. The intentions of Parliament with interventions were to be a corrective measure and not to manipulate election results or the will of the people to benefit the ANC. Here is a letter sent to you in 2015, again in 2016, pleading to place Tabachu in Mpumalanga under administration due to a breakdown of services, including financial mismanagement, sewage problems, incomplete roadworks, and water and electricity outages. Yet 2 years later, you've still done nothing to assist the people of Tabachu. Tabachu has been captured. In terms of Section 139 of the Constitution, steps taken in an intervention are the issuing of the directive, the assumption of responsibility, and the dissolution of the council. In Mkuma local municipality and another vested the Premier of the Eastern Cape in 2009, the High Court held that the steps taken by the relevant authority in terms of Section 139(1) must be appropriate and therefore fit the situation in order to ensure the fulfillment of the failed obligation. Factors taken into account include the nature of the executive obligation that was not fulfilled, the interests of those affected, the interests of the municipality concerned, and the extent of the corrective measures which serve to ensure the problems are resolved. The Select Committee should be asking themselves, 1, have provinces followed the procedural requirements necessary when intervening in terms of Section 139(1)? And 2, how do provincial executives justify the use of the particular step they chose to intervene? The provincial executive is only allowed to intervene when a municipality fails to fulfill an executive obligation, not where the politics of the day does not sit very comfortable with the captured ANC. A fish rots from the head down. Never has this saying been more apt than with reference to the current shenanigans that are unfolding in KZN, especially in Mzinduzi and eThekwini. Similar to the modus operandi of President Gupta and his midnight cabinet shuffle, the Zuma faction in KZN has replicated this in Mzinduzi. The chief financial officer and senior managers of infrastructure and community services that are responsible for the bulk of the city's budget have been suspended overnight for yet another midnight shuffle to benefit the Nkosazana Dlamini Gupta faction. And in eThekwini, the ANC Youth League is demanding 40% of all city management positions be awarded to the Youth League's cadres for patronage benefits, that the city drop or remove requirements such as experience and qualifications. Lowering the entry requirements for management positions would be disastrous to the city and will lead to a collapse of service delivery. The Youth League is also demanding $1 million in funding for a youth fund, which it will control and which it can use to please its further dispense patronage. Both Mzinduzi and eThekwini have been captured. The independence and autonomy of the Municipal Demarcation Board has been compromised, and our charges that the MDB have been abused by the ANC has been vindicated. The fact that the AIC has threatened the ANC that if Matatiel is not incorporated back into KZN from the Eastern Cape, the coalition Ekoleleni will be compromised, that the ANC will lose that council. Sadly, when the people of Matatiel staged protest marches, this very ANC ignored them. It's not about the people. It's no longer about the people. It's all about the ANC and the Guptas. This is yet another clear example of state capture of a different resource. Again, the Municipal Demarcation Board has been captured. Corrupt Minister, okay, sorry, my apologies, Cocktail Minister, the SIU investigations regarding maladministration in councils to date have yet to be finalized. This further adds credence to the allegations that these investigations are linked to either the Guptas or those who offer patronage to President Gupta and his NDZ faction. And you, Minister.
Honorable Chetty, I'm afraid your time has expired.
Chair, you're supposed to give me a warning before that.
Conclude.
I'll conclude. Thank you, Chair.
Conclude.
As I conclude, there is a new saying being chanted behind closed doors at Luthuli House lately. Together, we are moving South Africa's wealth to Dubai. And if you fellow South African citizens are sick and tired of this plundering of our country's wealth by the Guptas, ably assisted by the ANC, then join the Democratic Alliance on our march to take over the union buildings in 2019, one ward at a time. We therefore do not support the captured budget by a captured department led by a captured minister. I thank you.
Honorable Wana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Amsa Chair, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Chief Whip of the NCOP, Minister and Deputy Minister of COGTA, permanent delegates of the NCOP, Member from Salga, Kumkani Nenkosi Zakoetu, distinguished guest and member of the media. Ndiyanibulisa ngalemva kwemini. Bantu bakuthi ke niyayiva into esikuyo apha. Ngoba kule nto esihleli kuyo apha. Lonke ixesha. Uthiwa ujonga kule mbutho ubone uba umntana ubele kunina. Make ndidlule kancinci kwinto ezimbalwa nje. Njengoba ke apha wonke umuntu grandstander ngoba lokhu into yasephupheni awuyinqandi. Ngoba wonke umuntu olapha njemi ANC iphethe nje naye ingathi angaphatha kusasa. Sihleli kwelo sikizi. Make ngiqale ndithi ndiyababulelela abantu basenquthu abavotele inkatha ngoba oogxa bethu abafana ne-DA babegqiba inyanga behleli kulaa nquthu kwasagede bengezanga nanto. Into ezinjalo ziyafuna uthethwa abantu bakuthi. Imibutho apha ivele yathatha into yagoduka yaqonda into uba bafuna ubamba umasipala wasenquthu kuba ingathi mncinci. Masiyibongele ke inkatha ngothatha indawo yayo ngoba ke noko le nto yabelungu abasebenzisa thina sizoyamkela yonke le mihla inkosi. Chairperson, I am humbled to stand in this august house mandated by the ANC, which is born in 1912 in Mangaung, the oldest organization in Africa and in international. This is the crucial month of the youth who are fighting for the transformation of our country. 2017 is declared as OR Tambo year. Within his activities, Chairperson, what has done by OR Tambo during his leadership? He wrote a letter in 1978 to the United Nations stating that as South Africans, we have managed to adopt our Black Bible, which is Freedom Charter. So he was appealing to the United Nations to assist us in eradicating the apartheid and the exploitation of blacks by the whites. The National Development Plan, Vision 2030, defines developmental state as one of the capacity leading in defining the common national agenda, in mobilizing all the society, taking part in transformation of the municipalities. Today, the local government of the transformation is 17 years old, and it's doing the transformation and good governance. Congratulate for those 17 years of experience. We must all strive for good governance and sound financial management in all municipalities, irrespective of who's leading as a political party, because the people on the ground are poor and they need services, including the Nkatha who was born in Ngotu. Chairperson, without wasting time, the government, the local government, managed to make a traditional Indaba summit and Birchwood. All traditional leaders of this country gathered there. They were discussing the land question. Ebantu bakuthi ke ngokwembeko ke ye-organization enikhokeleyo sabiza zonke izijemjem zemibutho onokwazi sathi make bazochaza into abayiphetheyo. I-DA was invited, he never turned up. Sithe sajongile njalo kwabizwa i-EFF ngoba ke noko sibabona ngamandla. They never turned up ezinkosini. The ANC was also invited. The only organization who managed, because it was invited, it was African National Congress, more especially in the issue of land question. I'm not going to divulge the declaration because that's another structure.
But into endiyichazayo ndithi abantu bazi yonke into kabakwazi, and the IFP was there. King Cebekhulu for the IFP was there. Oh no, abantu ke bazi yonke into khange bakwazi uyazi pha. Maka ndithi kubantu bakuthi izinkosi zakuthi njengoba ke benichaza into ba anifuna into benigqanya niqhanyazeliswa. Niyayijonga yonke lento. Masiyibulele ANC ba xa simapha sibonwa nasemakhaya. Masiyibulele ke inkosi zethu
Honorable
ezabonakalisa into ba
Honorable
lento
Luana.
yomhlaba.
Honorable Luana, can you kindly please take your seat? Honorable Koni, why are you standing?
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to appeal with Honorable Wana to stop misleading the country. The EFF started talking the Freedom Charter, which the ANC abandoned and threw in a
Honorable members.
dustbin.
Honorable
The
members.
EFF's first cardinal pillar is talking about land expropriation without compensation. The ANC has done nothing about that. So now that Zuma is facing exit, it's now that he's preaching land expropriation without compensation because he wants to leave some nonsensical kind of a legacy.
Honorable Koni, honorable members, I don't need assistance. Whenever a person is rising on a point of order, you must allow me to listen, then I'll make my own ruling. Honorable Koni, it's a final warning. We are out of order. That is not a point of order. You are debating with the speaker at the podium. I'm appealing you to refrain from what you are doing. That was the last warning. Can you continue, Honorable Wana?
Thank you, Chairperson. As a ruling party in the Eastern Cape, the Eastern Cape is really improving in terms of audit reports. Because if you can listen to the statement of our MEC on the 14th of March 2017, he said, all the municipalities improve from qualified to unqualified audit opinion. So ezo zinto ke ngexesha abantu abangxamileyo badli ngawuzi-analyza kakuhle. Ngoba bazimisele kule nto ithi Eastern Cape that, Eastern Cape that. Phofu ndiyayiqonda loo nto uba Eastern Cape kutheni soloko ifakwa kuloo ngxaki. Yinto uba kwayona nje inabantu abachubekileyo in terms of education and discipline and humbleness. Secondly, in the Eastern Cape, we've managed in the local government to improve the service delivery. As a result, akalo lanto yaseMandela Bay imoshwa ngutroli kuyandikhumbuza Nkosi. Njengoba ke abantu baseBhayi naye nabona uba into ebhetele yiloo meya. Namhlanje loo mele iyanixhaphaza. Kangangokuba nalaa ngqushu yalaa nto uba bedibene ngenkazathi ngokomoka inkazathi ayonto embeko. Ngoku iyaxabana ngoku laa nkazathi i-UDM ixabana ne-DA ngalaa nkazathi ngoba into yasenkazathi nomnye ubeka i-R10 omnye abeka i-5 cents. Kodwa une-5 cents afuna utya ngaphezu kwalo R10. Inkazathi ke ayonto ungakho wayame kuyo. Chairperson, this department is a caring department because it has managed to create jobs to those rural people who are not recognized by other parties. Through the clause of our people saying people shall govern, in the rural areas, our province has finished to make war rooms. In those war rooms, it's where you sit with the traditional leader, you sit with the ward committee, we sit with departmental officials, we sit with the councillors.
Honorable Wana, sorry, can you take your seat? Honorable Mikalakis?
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. I would like to know whether Honourable Wana is willing to take my question, please.
Honorable Wana, are you ready to take order, members? Honorable Wana, are you ready to take a question from Honorable Mikalakis? Order. Honorable members. Honorable members. Let's refrain from compromising the decorum of the House. Let's allow the honorable member to respond whether it's ready to take a question. There's nothing out of order about what was said by Honorable Mikalakis. Honorable Wana, are you ready to take a question from Honorable Mikalakis?
Chairperson, I humbly say to Mulkazi, he can send me SMS because we are
He's
together
not ready
in
to
the
take your
committee.
question. Can you continue?
Thanks. As I was saying, Chairperson, it's very encouraging when it comes to the issue of infrastructure.
Honorable Wana, I'm afraid you can hear the noise. It's a clear indication that
The
your
African
time is
National
up.
Congress supports the budget. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable members, before calling the next speaker, let me take this opportunity to apologize, as we might have seen on the order paper, that the IFP is written Inkatha Freedom Fighters. It's Inkatha Freedom Party. So we're apologizing. It's a mistake. We humbly apologize for that. Honorable Chabango.
Dear started.
Honorable members, as I've said, the good thing about this watch is that once it's up, it's making that noise, so you can't even interfere with it. Continue, Honorable
Honorable
Chabango.
Chair, NCOP members, protocol observed. The EFF rejects budget vote 4 of the Department of Cooperative Governments and Traditional Affairs. The local government sphere is synonymous with resource wastage, incompetence, and corruption. Local government is the focus of much of the often violent anti-government protest action that has become such a feature of South Africa 23 years into its democracy. The 73 billion allocated to this department is not sufficient to carry out the necessary development needed, and most of it will be channeled to Gupta Ventures by Mr. Van Rooyen. But what is wrong with the local government sphere of government, and why has the ANC failed to provide solution to these seemingly perennial problems? This first problem is the structure of local government itself, which constrains these spheres from performing development functions that it should be performing. Local authorities have important powers to deliver water services, for an example, but they are using the JOJOs in order to benefit their friends. Even in Ngotu, I've seen it. In many respects, a
Shabango.
system.
Sorry, can you take a seat, Honorable Mtetwa? Can you take a seat, Honorable Shabango? Honorable Mtetwa?
The honorable member must not address me, must address the chair.
Yeah. The point of order is sustained. You can speak through me, Honorable Shabango. So can you continue with the debate?
I have never addressed anybody in this meeting. Maybe he's
Continue
afraid.
with the debate.
In many respects, a system of centralized top-down local government has been continued out of the apartheid era into today. This leaves citizens with very little real influence on the priorities of their local government. That is why citizens get frustrated and end up leading often to violent protests, because they do not know what their local government is doing. Secondly, and we have raised this matter regularly, the percentage of the equitable share budget that goes to the local government sphere is ridiculously miscued relative to amount and importance of work that municipalities have to do. Linked to this, we must seriously start thinking beyond slogans about the desirability of keeping provinces as they are. Interrogate the functions they play and critically reflect if these are not an unnecessary sponge on our national revenue. Thirdly is the problem of corruption and how this gets conducted and promoted by the ANC. The fact that ESCOM is the main culprit of state companies that owe municipalities is attributable to a belief among state institutions now that they can break the law with impunity. The very presence of Mr. Van Rooyen a year as a minister is evidence of corruption. He is one of many of ANC who have sold out their souls for a plate of curry, and is never to be taken seriously in the fight against corruption and maladministration at the local government
Honorable
level.
Shabango, can you take your seat? Honorable Khai.
Honorable Chair, I'm rising on a point of order. The honorable member is raising a point of aspersion, casting aspersion on the member without bringing a substantive motion.
Honorable members, honorable members, Honorable Shabango, I'm sustaining the point of order. Refrain casting aspersion about an honorable member. Can you continue?
Maybe we do not understand what
Honorable
aspersion-
Shabango, Honorable Shabango.
Thank you. It is mind-boggling that the ANC has been so unashamed in publicly showing off their willingness to short-circuit government process to narrow and short political gains. Why is it easy for the ANC to make unintelligible deals with the IEC to move Matatiele to KwaZulu-Natal from the Eastern Cape, while they have been dragging their feet in Limpopo in resolving the Malamulelo issue? Mr. Van Rooyen is prepared to manipulate the demarcation board processes in order to leverage short-term gains and continue looting the municipalities they lead through coalitions with smaller parties. Lastly, but not least, government must not use traditional leaders, as they do in some areas, to push through illegal mine deals against the wishes of the people.
Honorable
History will judge one day.
Honorable Shabango, let me. I'm afraid I'm not going to. We have heard the watch. The time
Let
is
me
up.
just finish. The EF wants municipalities that are developmental in nature. Municipalities must be able to integrate and coordinate functions to lead infrastructure development and deliver service to our people. It is said that if the head is sick, then the
Honorable
whole body will
Shabango.
fester with sores.
Honorable members, what I've done to Honorable Chetty, it was going to be unfair not to do it to Honorable Shabango. So that is why I've decided to allow him to conclude. Already I've apologized to the Inkatha Freedom Party. Once again, I'm doing it. I'm inviting Honorable Kaula of the Inkatha Freedom Party.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister. I want to start by congratulating the newly elected Mayor of Ngutu Municipality, Councillor Mabila Kunene, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Notile Zungu, and the Speaker, Councillor Mbongeni Mngoni. I also wish to congratulate the newly elected Mayor of Umzinyati District, Councillor Petros Ngubane, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ntomgaise Mdlalosa, and the Speaker, Councillor Felenkosini Skakane. It is a pity that both Ngutu and Umzinyati had to wait close to a year before their establishment after the 2016 local government elections. All this long wait because of the failure to concede defeat and accept the results of the elections as they were by some of the parties. The problems of Ngutu were not about a deadlock, but were created to give that picture. The sad part is that the district had to suffer just because one of the municipalities had not established. This warrants why Parliament has to relook at the Municipal Systems Act and the Municipal Structures Act so that we do not have a repeat of the same scenario elsewhere in the future in our country, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, it is said when people use the positions of influence they occupy to suppress others. This must not happen in the name of democracy. The ushering in of local government in South Africa in 2000, December 5, was supposed to bring much required change in attempts to speed up local development of the local communities in the country. Instead of bringing to speed the much required local development, the system has brought with it lots of challenges. These include challenges of corruption, expensive life for those in power at the expense of funds to be used for development. It has brought nepotism and favoritism and lots of wasteful and irregular expenditure. The IFP concedes that it is not the system that is wrong, but it is people who are in the system that are corrupting the system. This poses a challenge even in areas where there has been a change of power. If voters have decided to vote otherwise and change power because they were fed up with corruption scandals, lack of development and favoritism, and other inefficiencies, this calls for those new in power to bring with them that much desired change. If the new authorities in power bring with them the tendencies that led to the downfall of the predecessors, that will be a sad day for South Africa. Therefore, the joy and glory of winning elections does not reside with the winning. The biggest challenge and joy thereafter is providing the much needed development and services after winning. Municipalities in the country need to be channeled to spend more financial resources on services and development rather than salaries. They need to spend more financial resources on services and development rather than on luxury vehicles for office bearers. They need to spend more money on services, infrastructure development, and other priorities rather than on VIP protection for office bearers. Honourable Minister, there is a lot of wastage in municipalities. This must be brought to an end. It is one of the reasons why the country is experiencing so much increase in protest action by communities. A lot of money goes to waste instead of spending on the itching priorities in our communities. The IFP is concerned that very little is spent by the department on traditional leaders. It does not show any recognition with respect, dignity, and honor for the institution of Ubukhosi by government. The National House of Traditional Leaders for the year 2017-18 receives a mere 17 million out of a total budget of 74 billion. Out of this show of lip service reflected by the figures in rands and cents, Honourable Chairperson, where is the reflection of respect for traditional leaders in this country? Even in local governance, traditional leaders are mere participants with no voting rights. They are actually as good as observers who are given the right to comment. This must be corrected through legislation as promised in the past. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kaula. Let me invite Honorable Monakedi.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable Chief Whip, honorable members, special delegates, ladies and gentlemen. One of Africa's foremost anti-colonial leaders and an outstanding leader of African liberation, Amilcar Cabral, in Unity and Struggle says, and I quote, "Do not confuse the reality you live in with the ideas you have in your head," close quote. Again, former President Thabo Mbeki, in a speech titled "The Historical Injustice," delivered at a seminar in Ottawa, Canada in 1978, which was subsequently published in Sechaba ANC publication, begins by reasserting the point, and I quote, "To understand South Africa, we must appreciate the fact and fix it firmly in our minds that here we are dealing with a class society ravaged by long years of apartheid neglect. It is this ideological posture and construct that informed the founding principles of the ANC's democratic policy framework ready to govern, which declared that, and I quote, sovereignty vests in the people of South Africa. Their will shall be expressed by their democratically elected representatives in periodic, free and fair elections. These elected representatives will adopt a constitution which shall be the highest law of the land, guaranteeing their basic rights," close quote. Honorable Chairperson, the goal of the ANC, ever since it was formed in 1912, has been to give all the people of our country the chance to choose their own government. It is this proclamation, which found concise and instructive expression from the Congress of the People in 1955, when it declared in the Freedom Charter that people shall govern. It is this proclamation that finds resonance in the programs and initiatives of our democratic government to ensure that the masses of our people remain in the forefront of our democracy. It instructs us to avoid at all costs being unprincipled, ideologically dissonant, and susceptible to traitors of the will and struggles of our people. Honorable Chairperson, since the launch of the Back to Basics program, we have noticed a marked improvement by municipalities across all 5 pillars of the Back to Basics program. We have seen improvements in most districts in terms of service delivery, in terms of good governance, sound financial management, putting people first, and building the necessary capacity. A key set of indicators to monitor and evaluate the program on a quarterly and a monthly basis should indeed be in place to ensure rapid responses to critical issues in our municipalities. As we move to the second phase of the Back to Basics program, the main focus of the department should be on consolidating stable, functional, and developmental local government systems to address the spatial injustices that continue to define the development landscape of our local government institutions. Through this phase of Back to Basics, the department should be able to respond to the call by the President to ensure that, 1, township roads and streets are tarred and repaired. 2, that the bucket system is eradicated and that all hostels are turned into family units. 3, also address and prevent illegal land evasions and growth of informal settlements. Honorable Chairperson, the ongoing viability of municipalities over the medium and longer term is a matter that requires more dedicated attention and energy as we go forward. It should remain of utmost importance that our municipalities are able to perform all their functions as per the Constitution. Only when they are in this space can they render sustainable services to their communities. A number of critical actions should be undertaken to ensure that our municipalities remain financially viable. Chairperson, the department should relook at municipal organizational structures to ensure that municipalities focus on core services in the most cost-effective way. They must also ensure that municipalities focus on collecting all revenue that is due to them. Honorable Chairperson, many municipalities that have debt repayment plans with ESCOM do not have the capacity to honor those agreements. The continuous defaulting by some for sure you'll add an extra minute. The continuous defaulting by some councils highlights the poor financial management mechanisms in local government despite the residents paying for their services. COCTA should therefore partner with National Treasury, public enterprises, and SALGA in finding lasting solutions for those defaulting municipalities, and also assist municipalities in recovering debt that is owed to them by national and provincial departments, which is estimated at 100 billion rands. For the past 5 years, Coxter envisaged to introduce the bill to further to introduce a bill called Intergovernmental Monitoring, Support and Interventions Bill to further improve local government performance. The bill provides a legislative framework for effective interventions by provinces and national government in municipalities that need assistance. Currently, there is no national legislation regulating intervention in provinces and municipalities. The department should urgently expedite introducing this bill through parliamentary processes. If it is passed into law, it will give the minister powers to set down regulations regarding certain aspects of intervention, such as prescribing the role of the administrator, defining parameters for early warning systems, and broadening the interventions environment to include conditions for support measures. These elements will collectively boost the ability of the department to progressively strengthen governance and institutional arrangements of the states, as this in turn will form the bedrock on which accelerated service delivery can be planned and executed. Local Government Municipal Structures Act of 1998 provides for the participation of recognized traditional leaders in municipal councils. In participating, they are bound by the Code of Conduct for councillors but do not have voting rights and do not become councillors. The fact that traditional leaders participate in rural and urban councils creates its own dynamics, and municipalities often require assistance in this regard. In cases where traditional leaders participate in municipalities, concerns have been raised about lack of clarity of roles. The Department of Culture should provide guidelines for participation of traditional leaders in municipal councils and how they can contribute in terms of local government development. The White Paper on Traditional Leadership and Governance and Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act of 2003 aimed to transform the institution of traditional leadership so that indeed they can play that role of contributing towards the development of their areas. Chairperson, in the given time, it will defeat the purpose of this input to outline all the issues that require attention in local government than to address just a few strategic issues, and then later we can lift up some other issues for priority attention. I therefore suggest that as the NCOP, when we engage in the oversight programs like taking Parliament to the people and other oversight programs like Provincial Week, we should then utilize those opportunities to provide tailored support to all the municipalities that are in need of support. Informed by the need to have viable municipalities, from time to time, it becomes necessary to revisit the existence or otherwise of some of our municipalities. During the last local government term of office, in Limpopo, in the Capricorn district, Agana municipality was disestablished and it was received by Polokwane, Bloberg, and Molemole municipalities. In Limpopo again, in the Skukune district, Fetahomo municipality merged with Greater Dubaze. In the Waterberg district in Limpopo, Modimolle municipality merged with Mokobong. There were no changes in the Mopani district. In the Bembe district, Motale municipality was disestablished and it was received by Tulamela, Makado, and Messina municipalities. In all these areas, the process for redetermination went very smoothly. For that, we want to congratulate all the role players, including the minister and the presidency. In Bembe district, a new municipality was established and is made up of parts of the wards from Tulamela, Mutale, Makado municipalities, amongst others. We have all noted the dissatisfaction and at times violent protests about some of the boundary changes in Vuani. We are aware that at the level of government, there is a committee established, interministerial committee, to deal with this matter. And we want to call upon government to make sure that they work harder to make sure that this matter is indeed laid to rest. As I conclude, I want to end with the words of late President Thabo when he said, and I quote, "We believe that we must stand together in creating the new South Africa. When our work is done, let all look at the new South Africa with hope and encouragement. hope and encouragement because she will have demonstrated that it is possible for the people of different colors and different races and nationalities to live together in peace and in friendship, sharing a common sense of nationhood and humanity. Close quote. The African National Congress supports this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Mikalakis. Honorable Mikalakis.
I just want, on a point of order, to inquire whether all opposition party members are also going to get 2 minutes extra.
Honorable Mikalakis, we are taking a chance. I've been consistent. I've started with Honorable Chetty, I've done it with Honorable Chabangu, I've done it now with Honorable Monakedi. So all of them, because they don't have a time, irrespective of political affiliation, they get the same treatment. Now let me invite the Honorable MEC from Mpumalanga of Kokta, Honorable Mtsweni.
Honorable House Chairperson, Mr. Nyambi, Honorable Minister of Kokta, Mr. Van Rooyen, Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Bapela, the National House of Traditional Leaders, Deputy Chairperson Undabezita Inkosi Mahlangu, Honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, esteemed members of the South African Local Government Association, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Chairperson, the Minister of Kokta, Honorable Van Rooyen, must be commended for tabling a thorough budget vote that seeks to give a meaningful contribution to the transformation of municipal spaces for radical socio-economic development. His commitment for the implementation of the Back to Basics program is a crucial lever for the achievement of this target. I'd like to assure him and this august House that the Provincial Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in Mpumalanga is poised to make this commitment a reality. The Minister's eloquent expression that local government should be in the hands of our citizens resonates so well with the implementation of the Integrated Municipal Support Plan. The IMSP was adopted by the Provincial Executive Council in 2014 as a pillar of support for the B2B. Since the establishment of the service delivery model, Operation Vugasisebende, we have launched 383 war rooms out of 400 in support of public participation. We are poised to ensure that all wards have war rooms with local council of stakeholders that address service delivery concerns raised by community members at ward level. We're rolling out a program of the tools of trade in a form of furniture and have thus far supported 100 war rooms. This program will ensure that the Council of Stakeholders, which comprises of CDWs, ward council members, representatives of traditional leaders, and all other local coordinators are enabled with the relevant tools to reach all government institutions whose responsibility is to unblock service delivery bottlenecks. We will roll this out to additional war rooms in the 2017-18 financial year. Ward committees are a cornerstone for public participation in local government. A total of 143 were established in Kangala, whilst 127 were established in Gersibande, and lastly 129 were established in Ehlanzeni district. The establishment of ward committees is a legislative imperative that gives effect to the Local Government, Municipal Structures and Systems Acts. 399 wards have already been provided with training programs with a focus on the code of conduct, development of ward operational plans, and the roles and responsibilities of ward committee members. The provision of basic services is a constitutional imperative, and our people will appreciate the fact that the ANC-led administration is sparing no effort in its resolve to make this a reality. The recorded milestone achievement announced by Minister Van Rooyen in his budget speech, where in municipalities in Mpumalanga have spent 72.4 of the municipal infrastructure grant allocation, attest to this. Notably, 939,959 of the 1,075,488 households in Mpumalanga province had access to piped water in 2011. The latest 2016 community survey report depicts an increase in the number of households with access to water. Currently, about 88% of our people have access to water in the province. The number will definitely be increased as we double our efforts to attain the target of access to water by all households, as envisaged in the National Development Plan Vision 2030. Our collaborative efforts to increase the number of households with access to electricity continues to produce the desired outcome. Chairperson, a total number of 1,827 households benefited from the electricity projects implemented by COCTA in the 2016-17 financial year. In addition to this, ESCOM and municipalities have connected 32,559 households in the province during the 2016-17 financial year, whilst 58,693 indigents are receiving free 50 kilowatt hours per household on a monthly basis. This is full proof of the African proverb that two ends do not fail to pull a grasshopper. Chairperson, Minister Van Rooyen's concerns about excessive growth of debt owed by municipalities is not misplaced. Equally, we are concerned about the pandemic culture of non-payment of services that contribute to the 117 billion debt owed to municipalities, some of which are in Mpumalanga. This exacerbates the daunting task of municipalities of servicing the ESCOM debt, not only in Mpumalanga but countrywide. We look forward to the positive outcome of the established National Task Team on Government Debt as we pursue a long-term solution on this matter. In Mpumalanga, we are working closely with the National Treasury and the private sector as we implement the smart metering solution provided by ESCOM to address the deficiencies related to electricity distribution operations. This will further improve the accuracy of tariffs charged and reduce the huge amount of unaccounted for electricity consumption that usually result in an enormous electricity losses. We are confident that during 2017-18, all municipalities that were previously in the bad book of ESCOM shall reclaim a position of good standing and eliminate uncertainties associated with power cuts for the communities. We have embarked on a program to mobilize both the public and private sector as well as communities to pay for services. This attempt seeks to avert the potential risk of rendering the fourth local government administration dysfunctional. Chairperson, when the ANC-led government prioritized the fight against the triple effect of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, consideration was made to allocate resources for this cause. This commitment is bearing the desired outcomes. Communities in rural areas under the jurisdiction of traditional leaders bear the brunt of the triple effect of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. With the support of the National Department of COCTA under the leadership of Minister Van Rooyen, we are pleased that 1,867 job opportunities were created against the set target of 1,851 in 17 traditional councils in Mpumalanga. The implementation of the CWP will undoubtedly cushion the poorest of the poor against the grinding effects of poverty. As I conclude, Chairperson, we are inspired by the determination demonstrated by the Minister in the budget vote speech to confront the stubborn challenges and obstacles faced by municipalities. This gives hope that the transformation of municipal space for radical socio-economic development is possible. As Mpumalanga, the place of the rising sun, we support the budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you. Lilunga lelihloniphekile lalendlu wemkhandlu wetifundza umhlonishwa Gila.
Honorable Chairperson, smaller and rural-based municipalities are struggling to operate and maintain their infrastructure in a cost-effective and sustainable manner. As a consequence, there is a rapid deterioration of assets, followed by a catastrophic component failure and a regular prolonged disruption in service delivery. In general, municipalities continue to be characterized by the following. An infrastructure whose life cycle scenario can be described as run to destruction because of total lack of routine and preventative maintenance. The unfortunate outcome is premature asset failure. Asset registers that are not up to date, which make it difficult to trace missing plant and equipment. With proper service infrastructure, municipalities will always, as is the case, experience the following, amongst others: collapse in general rendering of service to the community, procedures that are either not or wrongfully implemented in the recruitment of personnel, irregular and deficiency with procurement procedures resulting in rampant corruption, leakages and overflowing of water and sewer systems, a lack of consultation and cooperation between the municipalities, the business sector, and the communities. The Back to Basic program is initially conceived was, amongst others, intended to decisively address these fundamentals of service delivery. Accordingly, the UDM suggests the following: an infrastructure-led growth with deliberate investment in socio-economic infrastructure, as in particular roads, general community assets. A true assessment and evaluation of the mandates, the role, the effectiveness, and efficiency of the municipal development agencies. This process must lead to the redesign and support of these agencies so that they are able to play this critical role of helping municipalities to deliver on their constitutional mandate. Amongst these is the expansion of revenue base of municipalities that will respond to the current challenges of a limited fiscal base. The Department of COGTA should facilitate and establish an institutional structural symbolic relationship between Stats SA and municipalities so that the scientific data at Stats SA is appreciated and forms integrated development plans of municipalities at ward level. In order to achieve this, the UTM suggests the department must have a political and administrative stability so that the frequent leadership change that seem to be fashionable in this ministry and department comes to an end. The inconsistency between the minister's vision and as set out in the strategic plan as against the assessment of the last 16 years of the democratic local government by the acting head of department must not be tolerated, as they are misleading and have the dire consequence for success of the operation Back to Basics. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Masela, who's the Portfolio Committee of the Local Government in the Western Cape.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable MECs, Honorable Members, the people of South Africa. Honorable Members, last week's devastating fires and storms left us all wondering. But more so, when I visited Knysna, I could see somber as I walked in. I could not believe that so much was destroyed. It felt like it was a period after war when we have not experienced war in this country. But that was one incident that left me wondering whether, what is it that we should do together as South Africans, especially in this province, to rebuild the lives of the people in Knysna. And I just want to call on everybody present to understand that this is a matter that should unite all of us beyond political lines. And more so, when we call for help, we call on every person to participate, from the national government, provincial governments, locality, so that we are able to rebuild and help the communities to start from where they last had a life before, because it is very difficult to start from losing everything and rebuilding the life that you once had. Nothing will be the same after all of this. And we wish the communities of Naisna, the entire Southern Cape, as they rebuild their lives, we wish them well and we wish them strength, and we know that life will never be the same, but we're looking forward. We know that tomorrow is better than yesterday. Chairperson, we are facing various challenges in the Western Cape. Besides the devastating fires, as highlighted above, we are also dealing with the worst drought since the turn of the 20th century. To address this, we've been equipping new boreholes and connecting reservoirs and pipes network in the Laingsburg area, the Laingsburg municipality, as well as ensuring that we invest in areas like Algeria. We drilled boreholes at cost of 1.8 million rands. In Tulbach, we drilled boreholes. In fact, we drilled two boreholes there at an amount of 2 million rands. We have also allocated 2 million rands to awareness programs to ensure that people understand that whilst we're facing these droughts, ours is to ensure that we save the little that we have. And that is the culture that we are busy imparting through these programs by the Western Cape government. It is imperative that we keep in mind that this department in the Western Cape receives only 249 million rands. That is 249 million rands, and that includes disaster management as a fund. We'll recall that when we dealt with the national disaster management, some of the issues that we raised as a province in our negotiating mandate is that you must couple this with funding. The legislation must not go alone and not be matched with the costing that it deserves. And the saddest part of that legislation is that in the objects of the bill, it highlighted a number of areas that needed to be fixed. But as the bill concludes, and the costing done, it says 25% must be funded by the National Treasury, and 75% must be funded by municipalities. I don't know whether Honorable Minister Van Rooyen, through you, Chair, understood the kind of effect and the impact that this will have in municipalities, especially the far-flung municipalities and the most distressed. Let me come to the following issues. We have therefore welcomed the Premier of the province, Helen Zile's response in declaring the entire province as a disaster zone to avoid that we avoid the day zero. This has now placed us in a position to immediately accelerate initiatives to ensure that our taps, especially in hospitals and in schools, do not run dry. It is also important and presents us an opportunity to prioritize interventions based on the Provincial Drought Risk Register. Furthermore, we have to now across the province and various government spheres find innovation and sustainable solutions to this key challenge. Now, we can always make excuses and blame each other. Nobody creates a drought. A drought is a natural disaster. It's only when you deal with the drought, the response and the approach that you take, that then defines those who are useless and those who are useful. And in this province, Helen Zille, we have seen her role as the leader of this province, doing exactly what we needed to do. The Western Cape, no, asikathethi ngotata uZuma efanele uba kudala namgxotha nimgcinile. The Western Cape has a vision of creating an efficient and dynamic team that enables well-governed municipalities to deliver services to communities in a responsive, sustainable, and integrated manner. It is because of this reason that we place emphasis on local governance so that all residents are able to access government services while ensuring active community participation. We govern with the people, for the people, by the people. Not this Mickey Mouse democracy we hear people talk about in some quarters and at the expense of the people, stealing money from the people. In case you don't know, that is the ANC that does that. Before I continue highlighting the importance of active community participation, I need to take a moment and congratulate our Western Cape team of the Department of Local Government for not only retaining, for not only delivering services, but going beyond that and saying, let us be innovative about service delivery. Because in any local government, for it to work, you need to have three components. You need to have the council. You need to have the administration. But more so, you need the people. So the tripartite relationship is key. It's very important. And in doing that, what committees and public meetings alone, we have seen that they do work, but to some extent. Now, going forward and to take it a bit further, the Department of Local Government in the Western Cape came up with an app, and this app is called Tetanat app. Kulumanati abakulumai. Talk to us. So those are the kind of initiatives, and it's the first of its kind in the entire Africa as a continent. So we're not talking about South Africa now, and we're not even competing locally because there's no competition. We are saying that let us all try and come with creative means in bringing services to the people. We have piloted this program in Lensburg Municipality, in Langeberg.
Sorry, can you take your seat? It seems as if there's something. Honorable Mhlanga, no, can you take your seat? Let me deal with it. Honorable Mhlanga, why are you standing?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to ascertain whether is the member on the podium ready to take a question.
Okay. Are you ready to take a question from Honorable Mhlanga? No, it's ready once it's done. Can you continue, Honorable Mhlanga?
Yes, we have piloted this program, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, in the municipalities, in the 5 municipalities of Lensburg, Langeberg, Overstrand, Oudtshoorn, and Swartland. Yeah, in Oudtshoorn, we're fixing it because the ANC broke every part of government there. We're fixing it. Because when we won there in a by-election, and afterwards we won in a general election on August 3, 2016, we said in Oudtshoorn, Dipope can dance. We're not going to sit back and watch. We will fix it. The former mayor, the ANC member, the ANC mayor, has recently been found guilty and sentenced to 5 years in prison. We don't recycle thieves. We send thieves where they belong. Not like other parties that recycle thieves and promote thuggery. We deal with thieves, and we congratulate the judiciary for being very clear and decisive on this matter. Thieves are thieves. They must go to jail. Let me
conclude. As you conclude.
As I conclude, let me say, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, we have 25 clean audits in this province against 30 municipalities. And that is something to celebrate. But not that, the impact of the of the clean audit, it's what we want to measure, and we are in the program to do that. I just want to say to South Africans at home, we are coming to your province in 2019. All of you will enjoy the best services that you deserve from the government of the Democratic Alliance. Diable.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me invite Councillor Stofile from Salga. Honorable members, heckling is allowed, but you can't drown the speaker at the podium.
Mphathi Nkqubo, Sihlalo we-NCOP, Deputy Chair, Honorable Chief Whip, Minister and Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, MECs from different provinces, members of the House, the NCOP. It is a great pleasure to us as South African local government to stand before you and say some few words on the budget vote of the Minister of Cooperative Governance. On behalf of SALGA and myself, let me at the outset express our condolences and joining the Minister of COGTA on the families that lost their loved ones in the recent extreme weather conditions experienced in our country, as well as due to fire experiences in the Eastern and Western Cape. And we appreciate the Minister of Cooperative Governance. I think you subscribed to one of the philosophers in the Asian countries who once said, when a dark cloud appears on the sky, we always pointed out that the darkness, it's temporarily. The darkness will pass, the sunshine will rise. And your act, interacting with us as SALGA, having experienced in local government the death through the storms and the fires in various communities, you stood with us, you engaged us, because those conditions are happening in local government, are not happening anywhere else on the sky. May I also appreciate and thank the opportunity, Chair, that the SALGA conference indeed requested and debated the issue pertaining to the minister's state of the budget vote in regarding to the remuneration of councillors. And indeed, were part of the debate on the traditional leaders of our country when they raised a call and challenge pertaining to the remuneration of public office bearers. And we applaud and support the suggestion made by the minister that there is a need to review this remuneration of local public office bearers. SALGA acknowledged the payment of the ex gratia payment to outgone councillors after August elections. We have lost many councillors that have went home, and there is significant payment on ex gratia to them, and we appreciate and thank that, and we say it is important to focus in improving on that system. However, to ensure that municipalities are able to meet the expectation set in terms of both the international and local initiatives, municipalities must be capacitated to do this. Not only required internal financial and human resources capital in municipalities, but the reaffirmation of all spheres of government to the principle of decentralization. It is of concern that a number of policy positions previously taken have not been implemented. I want to specifically refer the Council of Provinces to the following. The powers and functions of the three spheres of government should be reviewed to provide a greater clarity and facilitate more effective service delivery and development. That there should be a differentiation local government model that should include differentiation in scope of IDPs, funding support, and capacity building. Devolution of certain provincial functions to stronger municipalities. In this regard, SALGA, especially in line with the recommendation of the IUDF, recommends that the entire basket of functions that are necessary for the configuration of the built environment and the eradication of apartheid special legacy be developed to the local government sphere, as it is the case with municipal planning, with particular emphasis on human settlement, public transport planning and infrastructure, water and sanitation, including bulk electricity reticulation, distribution of energy, underdeveloped and holding that are owned by the state and state-owned enterprises. It is recognized that this will not only require a holistic review of our system of local government, but also the funding mechanism for local government. This will require a share bigger than the current 9% to the national fiscus to be made available to the local government sphere. Therefore, a total review of the current grant system for municipalities is imperative. Work on the grant review is currently being done and should be supported. We should consider innovatively new funding models for municipalities, including options such as pooled fund mechanism and others. Greater focus should be placed on integrated planning, and municipal IDP should form the basis for a development in a specific municipal localities. No organs of state should be allowed to spend on commitments that are not aligned reflected in all IDPs of municipalities. As such, we need a government-wide approach towards urbanization, local economic development, and in particular, small town regeneration project should be discarded. In this regard, a regional focus encompasses a full regional economy, can benefit individual towards and local municipalities. SALGA has initiated the Karoo Development Project, which are regional-based local economic development initiatives covering 4 provinces: Western Cape, Northern Cape, Free State, Eastern Cape. A national conference to formally launch this initiative will be on the 10th to the 11th July in DR in Northern Cape. SALGA concurs with the Honorable Minister that involvement of traditional leaders in municipal council should be more productive, and it is our view that traditional leaders and municipalities should work collectively to ensure the smooth implementation of the Special Planning and Land Use Management Act, as it is an important tool in the eradication of apartheid special patterns. Chairperson, SALGA also welcomes the support that will be provided to municipalities with regard to the indigent register. We are of the view that the collaboration of SARS and other institutions in this regard will result in more credible indigent register and will contribute to better revenue management in municipalities. An area of concern with regard to the financial status of municipality is the low payment level in number of municipalities and the resultant inability of a number of municipalities to service its debt. In particular, to the bulk services provider. Although the National Task Team on Government Debt is making progress in resolving the historical debt, and government departments have made commitment to adhere to the current debt, but owed to municipalities by national and provincial sector departments remains a concern. Government must lead by example and not only encourage communities to pay for services rendered, but should also honor its own commitment. The debt owed to ESCOM and water bonds by municipality must be addressed in a holistic manner. The interministerial task team attending to the constitutional aspect of the distribution and more particularly the reticulation of electricity should also focus on the structural and systemic aspects relating to electricity provision. This includes the requirement to clarify the role of municipality in renewable energy. The current tariff increase application of ESCOM should be also considered carefully, as it will have dire consequences for the financial position of already struggling municipalities and their communities. SALGA urges all parties to follow IGR framework in resolving their dispute instead of
Try to
relying on
conclude,
courts
Honorable
and resolve.
Stofile. You can conclude. You can conclude.
Let me conclude by saying, Honorable Chair, local government under the auspices of the leadership of SALGA, working together with the Minister of Cooperative Governance, we believe we can push mountains and we can achieve goals that we have set for ourselves, because service is required to communities, not to boardrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Honourable Chair, local government primarily aims to interact with communities to deliver services and infrastructure. Therefore, local government must be effective, as this is where we make a difference to our people. However, this department has failed miserably. Plan after plan, back to basics, 5 pillars of governance, then it's a 10-point plan. Then we have 8 strategic goals and 12 strategic objectives. In spite of war rooms, platforms, planning, pages filled with objectives, the principles of good governance are failing, as ANC cadres abuse the coffers of municipalities, fleecing residents from much-needed services to fatten their own purses. Minister, your biggest goal is to get the CWP training accredited, which is honourable. But why don't you rather focus on training the officials, not to just spend more money, but to spend it correctly into the residents, so that the residents can see that money, instead of making their own pockets fat and fuller, running syndicates and scams. I'll use a few examples from Tshwane, where the DA inherited a city filled with family-related entrepreneurs, a 2 billion rand deficit, and 4 billion in suspicious tenders. The ANC refurbished the mayoral house. Originally 1.2 billion, this went up to 12 million rand. Yet the house is only valued for 5 million. Yeah, you can ask that, what's happened to all that money, and I'll tell you what's happened to it. There was a refurbishment contract of 132 million, which involved the City Hall. 100 million rand later, the City Hall is destroyed and 90 million rand has disappeared. The DA has uncovered massive corruption, gross misconduct, and wasteful expenditure with overinflated prices on tenders. The ANC administration paid over 300 rand per light bulb that would cost me and you just 70 rand. Showed you. Cartridges that would cost me 300 rand were invoiced for 5,000 rand each. Bottled water, small bottles, 20 rand. Other inflated items. And the list goes on and on. Handy Andy, Sunlight soap, paint, shovels, toolboxes. I can give you a huge list. Honourable Monakedi, you spoke about needing more time, medium budget, longer budget, yet you've had 22 years to make the difference. And yet, what do we see? Theft from our municipalities, stealing from our people who should be getting services. In Tshwane, a new house was built. to replace the Tshwane house that was burned down. And the officials from the Speaker are refusing to move into this new fancy building. Why? Because they don't have their own offices. They have an open plan offices. Because their argument is now they can't close the door, they can't use the fridges that were provided to them by the previous municipality, and they can't see residents. Their role is not to see residents. Their role is to support the Speaker. And their role is not to use their fridges, but to work. So they do not want to be an open plan office, they want to be in their own offices. This is shocking for local governance. You should be ashamed. What does the DA do? Because that's the question. It's only in a DA-governed province that you will see the amazing effort that was done by the disaster team. And I want to congratulate the Honourable Mukazela.
To conclude.
Thank you. For the absolute amazing, immense effort that they put into their rescue operations. And to the city of Tshwane for selling the mansion that cost us 12 million rand. For opening the bid adjudication process, making tenders open and available to the public, and ensuring accountability by having crime syndicates investigated. Only under a DA government will we see the money of local government going to the residents and being accountable. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Mhlanga.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Ministers, special delegates, and all protocol observed. Honorable Chair, we are all participating in this policy debate 8 months after the 2016 local government election. Also, we are participating in this 2017 policy debate in the year that has been declared as the year of Oliver Tambo. Reflection on the character of ANC stalwart, Oliver Reginald Tambo, who of many embodies the ethos of an intellectual revolutionary. Those who knew Comrade Oliver Reginald Tambo were struck not just by his ability as strategic thinker, but by his towering intellectual prowess, evidence, knowledge of a broader and extensive range of interests and issues. I too was struck upon first meeting the legendary leader in Angola during 1986 when he visited our MK camps. By then, I was deployed as the chief logistic in Vienna camp, which was the transit camp. He was, for many younger activities of our generation, a political and intellectual engagement and inspiration. The name O.R. Tambo was shouted during...
Honorable Mhlanga, can you take your seat? Honorable Shabangu, why are you standing? No, order members. Honorable Mhlanga, Honorable Shabangu, why are you standing?
I'm standing to ask my friend about the question.
No, you can't ask. You first ascertain whether it's ready to take your question.
He's ready to take the question.
Yes, I'll assist you with that. Honorable Mhlanga, are you ready to take a question?
Oh, usually after I finish my speech, he knows where we meet. Thank you, Chair.
No, he's not ready to take your question. You can take your seat. Continue, Honorable Mhlanga.
The name of our Tambo was shouted during favorite anti-apartheid protest in the streets of township and chanted in unison during our community meetings. His name was evoked as a song in the face of police brutality inside prison and in the interrogation rooms. His name meant loyalty, humility, and never give up the struggle for our freedom or sacrifice our principle. I too later learned to appreciate the complex and thoughtfulness of our leader, O.R. Tambo. But above all, like many millions of others, I understood his humility to be the most important aspects of how a leader unites people. Honorable members, I have mentioned CD Oliver Tambo, Comrade Oliver Tambo, to show importance of unity and cooperative governance within our legislative system. Today, South Africa is faced with several contradictions that go against the value Comrade OR spoke of. In his speeches, unity above all was one of the most urgent call he made in his speeches. Honorable Minister, allow me to extend as an ANC tried and tested cadre of Umkhonto weSizwe, which is currently referred to as MKMVA. My congratulations for you being re-elected as the treasurer of our Revolutionary Association Umkhonto weSizwe military veteran. As the Minister of COCTA and Revolutionary Cadre, who has been tried and tested, we are confident that you are a caliber of a revolutionary cadre, a minister who is equal to the task of delivery on our local government policies. In ANC Conference Resolution and Local Election Manifesto on Local Government, Cooperative and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Chair and members, since 1994, the ANC-led government has passed legislation aimed at transforming the apartheid segregatory colonial systems of local government. Centrally to the policies passed in the transformative agenda of ensuring consultative, participatory, transparent and accountability local government at municipal level. Honorable members, our constitution recognizes and provides that apartheid has fundamentally damaged the spatial, social and economical environment in which people live, work, raise families and seek to fulfill their aspiration. The constitution stipulates that local government has a critical role to play in rebuilding local communities and environment as a basis of a democratic, integrated, prosperous and truly non-racial society. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the White Paper mandates local government to promote democratic and accountable government for local communities, ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner, promote social and economic development, promote a safe and healthy environment, encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations in the matters of local government. Honorable Chair and members, the Select Committee on Cooperative Governments and Traditional Affairs engaged the Department on 2017-2018 Annual Performance Plan and Budget Allocation and resolved to support this budget, vote number 4. Honorable Minister and members, the Select Committee engaged the Department on matters related to ESCOM debts, department debts, to the municipalities' enforcement of bylaws, revenue collection and billing system, capacity building at municipal level and local economic development. Honorable Chair and members, while we acknowledge the debts of sister departments to the municipalities and community residents, we have also noted the private sector debts who are inconsistently billed lesser charges than our historically disadvantaged communities. Honorable Minister and House members, the successful enforcement of bylaws depends on implementation of an effective and efficient billing system, enforced bylaws, enforcement officers capable to perform their task. Honorable members of the House, on revenue collection, it is important to strengthen to capacitate and partnership with private sector and encourage sharing of best practice. For example, the Municipal of Emalahleni in Mpumalanga, in collaboration with private sector, security companies, in particular the Red Ant Company, on matters related to provincial.
Take your seat, Honorable Koni. Why are you standing?
Ke a leboga modulasetilo. Ke kopa gore o ntlhotlhomisetse gore a se bue mo podiumeng se ka tsa potso. A se bue mo podiumeng se ka tsa potso.
Oh, Honorable, okay. Honorable Mhlanga, are you ready to take a question?
Not prepared, Chair. Not now, Chair. Thank you.
Not ready.
Related to the prevention of land invasion.
Honorable Koni, he's not ready to take a question.
Ke utlwile modulasetilo. Nke botsela re metsi ga nkitla ano. Metsi. Antla metsi.
Okay.
related to land invasion, personal security, including the protection of mayor, councillors, and the council meter reading and electricity reading for revenue collection purposes. Honorable Minister, the establishment of effective municipal courts will complement the role played by law enforcement officers, peace officers to enforce the bylaws. Emadahleni local municipality revenue enhancement initiatives to ensure that ESCOM bills is paid. Implemented the following revenue strategy. Detected credit control teams since the appointment of the red ends to execute the municipal disconnection of default customers. We saw a remarkable improvement in our payments rate. This went up from 63% to more than 85% in 1 month. The red ends has been phased in and have targeted so far 4 of the local municipalities' suburbs. They are now being extended to four suburbs during January up to June. From middle January, areas with extremely lower payments, such as risk rate, have also been targeted. With the roll-out program of all the more efficient areas and business sectors, a negative cash flow position is projected to change to positive shift. A movement in addition of operation income of 650 million over the next months. Chairperson, the cooperation by SAPS and joint operations are also assisting. The removal of illegal connection is also progressing according to the service delivery plan.
Sorry, can you take your seat? Honorable Isaac?
Honorable Chairperson, I want to just check.
No. Honorable Manopule? Honorable Isaac, you are recognized.
Honorable Chairperson, I just want to check through you if my Mzala, honorable member on the podium. This is pathetic, Chairperson. This is pathetic.
Honorable
Nevertheless,
Dlamini?
Chairperson,
No, sorry. Honorable Dlamini, you are joining the list of the last warning. I saw what you did. Can you continue, Honorable Isaac? Honorable Isaac.
She's blocking the way, sir.
Okay.
Honorable Chairperson, with due respect, through you, will the honorable member on the podium just take a simple question?
Honorable Mhlanga, are you ready to take a question from Honorable Isaac?
Chair, unfortunately, this policy debate is very important for our people at home. I'm not ready for now. Thank
It's
you.
not ready. Take your seat. Continue.
Honorable Chair,
Mhlanga.
Honorable Chair, the main customers are being approached individually, and the CFO with the municipal manager, Mr. Van Vuuren, are also busy with personal follow-ups to clear debts and to unlock 200 million tied up in that respect. Chairperson, on legislation framework, the provincial legislature is expected to develop mechanism on how provincial executive organs of states will account, including how the provincial legislature will do oversight on provincial executive authority. Section 114, chapter 2. Section 115A stipulates that the powers of provincial legislature or any of its committee to summon any person to appear before it. Section 133, paragraph 2, clearly to outline that members of the executive council of the provincial collective and individuals are accountable to the legislature. The role of intervention, chapter 7 of our constitution, local government, states of municipalities, section
Honorable
155.
Mhlanga,
Thank you, Chair.
You are allowed to quickly conclude.
Chair, by concluding, Chair, I will, of course, emphasize the following bills to be considered, Chair. The intervention bill that we are looking at, Minister, because we, of course, I think you will get my statement. We have stipulated challenges that we are coming across when doing these interventions. We will really appreciate it that you speed up the bill of intervention, including the co-sign and the traditional affairs bill. As the ANC, we support this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Culture, Honorable Van Rooyen.
Let me thank you once more, House Chair, but also allow me to pass my word of gratitude to all the submissions that have been made. It's just unfortunate because of time restriction. I won't be able to touch on all of them. But let me indicate that I fully concur with the submission that suggests that functionality of local government is a crucial aspect. I agree with this, House Chair, because local government, as you are aware, is where our approach, there are some people who are disturbing me this side. I've been able
Honorable members, the Honorable Minister is protected. Don't do that. Can you continue, Honorable Minister?
Functionality of local government sector is our preoccupation as COCTA. We do this because we understand that local government should be made to work for our people. It should be made to work for our people because our people know government and its services through local government system. And I must indicate, Chair, that our unitary and developmental governance system will make or break at the local government level. Hence, we have embarked
Honorable Minister,
upon...
Sorry, Honorable Minister. Can you take a seat? Let me deal with Honorable Koni. Honorable Koni, why are you standing?
Can I make a point of order, Mudla Stilo? To go paron to member of podium.
Oh, Honorable Minister, are you ready to take a question from Honorable Koni?
Weekend special.
No.
Weekend special, Minister.
Honorable Koni, the Honorable Minister is clear, if the time allows. So let's allow the Honorable Minister to continue.
Out of this recognition, House Chair, we have embarked upon a holistic review of our system of local government. And of course, I want to take this opportunity to request NCOP, but also SALGA, to make sure that the discussion document that I referred to in my budget vote speech is properly enriched by the expertise that is lying with them. Honorable Chetty, House Chair, I think this unnecessary or opportunistical praising of our late President Madiba should be condemned with the contempt it deserves. When Madiba led the armed struggle under the ambit of Umkhonto Wesizwe, your grandparents, but also your predecessors, and including yourself, you call him a terrorist. When your grandparents imprison him, they call him Swart Khefar. When he was president, you accuse him of taking the country to the dogs. Now today, the DA, led by self-confessed proponents of colonialism, self-confessed proponents of apartheid symbols, people who have went out and claimed that they love Verwoerd, they want to tell us that Madiba was a hero. What a misplaced submission. Laughable and very opportunistic. Stop really taking our people for granted.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Can you take a seat, Honorable Minister? Order members. Take your seat, Honorable Chetty. Can you take a seat? Can you take a seat? Honorable Chetty, take a seat. The first person is Honorable Julius. I will come to you after dealing with Honorable Julius. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, House Chair. I want to know, is it parliamentary for this corrupt, captured minister to come here and actually mislead South Africans?
Honorable Julius. Honorable Julius. Honorable Julius, you are out of order. You can't be casting aspersion like that. Can you withdraw that part? Can you withdraw the part of what you have said?
Okay. Chairperson, I withdraw fully because I know that
Okay.
the emails will prove that he's corrupt.
Honorable Chetty.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, the Honorable Minister is misleading this House. He does not know my political history.
No,
For him to, no, hold
Honorable-
on, Chairperson. He made a comment. Chair, can I get protection here?
Honorable members.
His reference was to Honorable Chetty, do not use Nelson Mandela, that this is what happened. With all due respect, before the rest of the people in this House start to make their noise, listen, because listening is a skill.
Can you
He
take your
referred
seat?
to me, Honorable Chetty.
Can you take your seat?
Before you use Nelson
Honorable
Mandela.
Chetty.
Remember that
Honorable
when
Chetty.
he was there, you called him a tyrant.
Honorable
Everything
members.
else, he must withdraw those statements.
Can you take a seat?
He must withdraw those statements.
Yeah, can you take your seat?
He does not know my political history.
Can you take
I
your
am
seat?
not captured by the Guptas.
Can you take your seat?
I'm not here to serve by the Guptas' will.
Honorable members.
I'm not the MEC. I'm not the Minister of Finance over weekends.
Honorable
I'm not appointed
Chetty.
here by the Guptas.
Honorable
I don't
Chetty.
serve the Guptas.
Honorable
I serve
Chetty,
the
can you
people
take
of
your
South
seat?
Africa.
Can you take your
The
seat?
minister must withdraw. He does not know my political history.
Can you switch off that thing? Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Order. Honorable members. I've appealed to all of you that I don't need any assistance. Honorable Chetty, we are out of order. What you are raising is not a point of order. You can't be debating with the Honorable Minister at the podium. You had your own opportunity. So don't abuse a point of order. Can you continue, Honorable Minister?
Indeed, House Chairperson. Let's also tell the nation that...
Honorable Minister, let me deal with Honorable Kone.
Okay, can I address you? Chairperson, it seems like this thing of bouncers and members leaving the House, it only applies to the EFF members. Honorable Chetty's conduct is unparliamentary. He should have left the House long time ago. So, but because he's a DA, you're not making him to leave the House. But I'm watching you, Chairperson. Just know that I'm watching you. I'm watching you.
No, Honorable order members. Honorable, in dealing with the point of order being raised by Honorable Kone, you might be having a point in how I have dealt with Honorable Chetty. Let me agree that any ruling that I've made, just because in terms of the rule, we have to subject it to a particular process. It might have been something that I've missed. You might be having a point, so I'm not dismissing what you are raising. You might be in order. Can you continue, Honorable Minister? No. Honorable Kaula.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Now that the Chair has sustained that point of order, what does it mean about Honorable Chetty sitting here?
It's simple. It's simple. Order members, it's very simple. Order members, in terms of the rule of the NCOP, if I've made a ruling and you are not satisfied with the ruling, I can't go back and review my ruling. That is why I'm saying there's a process to deal with a wrong ruling. So that is why I'm saying now the Honorable Minister must continue with the debate.
Chair, some of the behavior is not necessarily surprising because I know for the fact that spies and those who betrayed our revolution also call Madiba a terrorist. So it's not surprising. Hence, I fully agree with Madiba that DA is nothing else but just a Mickey Mouse party. Chair, on the issue of progress, I think the MEC was right, and Honorable Wana and Mahlanga were also right. There has been progress on various areas. We have seen in our last
Honorable
audit
Minister,
outcome.
let me deal with Honorable Hatting. Honorable Hatting, why are you standing?
Honourable Chair, I would like to know whether it's parliamentary to refer to a political party as a Mickey Mouse party if you're a member of a corrupt party.
No. Can you continue, Honorable Minister?
That was Madiba's view about DA. So you must be reminded that the same Madiba that you are praising regarded DA as a Mickey Mouse party. Progress, Honorable Chair, on various areas included audit outcome. We have seen improvement on the audit outcome. We have seen improvement on how MIC was expanded. We have seen improvement on an expansion of innovative service delivery systems in municipality. We have seen expansion of CWP participation, but also, House Chair, through the promulgation of minimum competency regulations, we know for the fact that...
Honorable Minister, you are allowed to conclude. You are allowed to conclude.
But you know, Chair...
No, it's concluding.
No,
I'm not recognizing you. I'm presiding, we are not presiding. You can't do that with me. Take your seat. I'm allowing the minister to conclude. Can you conclude, Honorable Minister?
Let me take this opportunity, House Chairperson, to reconfirm our undertaking to our traditional leaders. Nkosi Mahlangu knows of our commitment that we will continue to support our traditional leadership constituency. We will be working together. We will be working together with Department of Mineral Resources. We will be working together with Department of Small Business Development and Cooperation to support all the traditional leaders who are hosting mining operations in their constituency. I thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. I would like to take this. Can you take your seat? Can the two of you take your seats? Take your seats. That concludes the debate. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, the MECs, and special delegates. The Secretary will read the second and third orders of the day. They are not recognized.
Policy debate on budget vote number 39, Rural Development and Land Reform. Policy debate on budget vote number 24, Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Appropriation Bill B5, 2017.
Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, we are welcoming this debate. Let me take this opportunity and welcome Honorable Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform, Honorable Nkwinti.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable MECs, colleagues, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, esteemed traditional leaders, ladies and gentlemen. The governing party, the ANC, declared 2017 the year of Oliver Reginald Tambo, the year of unity in action by all South Africans. Together, we continue to move our great country towards the vision of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous society, the strategic objective of the National Democratic Revolution. The Ready to Govern document sets out the ANC's policy objectives as follows. Firstly, to strive for the achievement of the right of all South Africans as a whole to political and economic self-determination in a united South Africa. Secondly, to overcome the legacy of inequality and injustice created by colonialism and apartheid in a swift, progressive, and principled way. Thirdly, to develop a sustainable economic and state infrastructure that will progressively improve the quality of life of all South Africans. Fourthly, to encourage the flourishing of the feeling that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, to promote a common loyalty to and pride in the country. And finally, to create a universal sense of freedom and security within its borders. In pursuit of these objectives, President Zuma established the National Planning Commission and charged it with the task of putting together a national development plan. The National Planning Commission came up with a comprehensive plan, the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, which was widely canvassed amongst all South Africans and was adopted by this august body, the Tribune of the People of South Africa. This NDP was adopted by the governing party, the ANC, in its 53rd National Conference in 2012. The NDP prefaces its objective by the following quote from the Reconstruction and Development Program of 1994, namely, "No political democracy can survive and flourish if the masses of our people remain in poverty, without land, without tangible prospects for a better life. Attacking poverty and deprivation must therefore be the first priority of a democratic government. Developing and upgrading capabilities to enable sustainable and inclusive development requires a new approach and a new mindset. The story we propose to write involves," says the National Development Plan, A, creating jobs and livelihoods, expanding infrastructure, transitioning to a low-carbon economy, transforming urban and rural spaces, improving education and training, providing quality health care, building a capable state, fighting corruption and enhancing accountability, and transforming society and uniting the nation. The medium-term strategic framework 2014 to 2019 has the following to say: in pursuit of these national development objectives, Cabinet set the following 6 priorities in its medium-term strategic framework. Firstly, improved land administration and spatial planning for integrated development in rural areas. Secondly, sustainable land reform, that's agrarian transformation. Thirdly, improved food security. Fourthly, smallholder farmer development and support. Fifthly, increased access to quality basic infrastructure and services, particularly in education, healthcare, and public transport in rural areas. Sixth, growth of sustainable rural enterprises and industries characterized by strong rural-urban linkages, increased investment in agro-processing, trade development, and access to markets and financial services, resulting in rural job creation. The key agrarian transformation measurables in this regard are the following. Firstly, meeting basic human needs, reference the Reconstruction Development Program. Secondly, proliferation of agro-village enterprises and industries, including agro-manufacturers and retailers, sustained by credit facilities, markets, and other strategic logistics. And lastly, improved land tenure system. Challenges and mitigation thereof. You know, one of the great internationalists writes the following in this regard, Honorable Chair. The road is long and full of difficulties. At times we wander from the path and must turn back. At other times we go too fast and separate ourselves from the masses. On occasions we go too slow and feel the hot breath of those treading on our heels. In our zeal as revolutionists, we try to move ahead as fast as possible, clearing the way, but knowing we must draw our sustenance from the mass and that it can advance more rapidly only if we inspire it by our example. That's Che Guevara. It is against the recognition of this fundamental truth that the 53rd National Conference of the ANC ushered in what it called the second phase of transition to the National Democratic Revolution. That is characterized by radical socio-economic transformation. Honorable Chair, it is not for itself. Economic transformation, however, is not for itself, but for changing the social conditions of our people for the better. In that context, radical socio-economic transformation is more appropriate, which is defined as a fundamental change in the structure, systems, institutions, and patterns of ownership, management, and control of the economy. Contrary to the prevalent public narrative, this is a succinct and actionable definition. What it requires is political will to drive it, and we have it. Our biggest challenge remains the answer to the question who owns South Africa. In terms of phase 1 of our land audit, it became clear that we still needed to conduct an audit in terms of land ownership by race, gender, and nationality. We have just concluded the latter process. However, there are still huge challenges because of gaps as a result of the absence of information in respect of institutions, such as trusts, private and public organizations and companies, as well as sectional title holdings. The source of this enduring challenge is incoherent institutional transformation, both within and external to the department. For example, the absence of a dynamic interactive relationship between the National Geomatics Management Services and the deeds registration system, yet the former feeds into the latter. Secondly, we have projectized the land claims process. This was a strategic error, which did not take into account fiscal constraints, complexities associated with verification or validation of claims, court challenges, and internal capacity constraints. In terms of moving forward, we are working on transforming the Land Claims Commission into a Chapter 9 institution. The National Geomatics Management System, or other services, these registries and Office of the Valuer General will be listed as Schedule 2 entities in terms of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999. A further challenge relates to water rights being allocated to individuals, not to the land. When an individual sells the land, he or she lives with the water rights. Furthermore, subdivisions and changes of land use are happening at a rapid pace. An audit needs to be conducted in respect of both these issues because they negatively impact on land reform farms. Although regulated by laws, compliance with and enforcement of such legislation needs to be strengthened. A lot is happening in these functions with minimal accountability. The second institutional challenge is that unless an owner expresses a need to change and submits information voluntarily, our current legal system is unable to compel him or her or the institution to reveal the information. They deliberately withhold information without about the changes on land and or property. At present, we have no institutional mechanisms to enforce disclosure. Cabinet is considering the report of phase 2 of the land audit, and we are expecting strong decisions to address all these institutional challenges. And the Land Commission provided for in the Regulation of Agricultural Land Holdings Bill, which will come to this House, will enforce disclosure of ownership of land and landed property. Honorable Chair, we submit to the House, to this august House, MTF budget allocation 2017-18, 2018-19, and 2019-20. Yes, 10,134 billion rands for 2017-18. That's 10,853 billion rands for 2018-19, and 11,229 billion rands for 2019-20. Provincial breakdown of the budget allocation for the current financial year is as follows. National Office, 3.7 billion rands. Eastern Cape, 712 million rands. Free State, 441 million rands. Gauteng, 412. KwaZulu-Natal, 1.2 billion. Limpopo, 925 million. Mpumalanga, 1.047 billion rands. Northern Cape, 448 million. Northwest, 644 million rands. Western Cape, 525 million rands. The total is 10.184 billion rands. That's 100%. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, by 2030, South Africa should experience more integrated, vibrant, equitable, and sustainable rural-urban communities. That is, urban locations and townships, rural towns, agri-villages, and farms that are supported by requisite infrastructure and logistics, social and economic infrastructure, that is, inclusive economies, development finance institutions. That's very important, Honorable Chair, because rural areas don't have these facilities and institutions to support themselves so that we can have vibrant economic institutions in those areas. That includes credit facilities, bustling markets, small, micro, medium, and large-scale enterprises and industries, employing millions of people. That's what we want to see by 2030, as we are called upon by the National Development Plan. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. May I therefore call on Minister Zokwana to continue the debate.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Deputy Minister General Pekitele and other Deputy Ministers, Chairperson and members of the Select Committee and Land Mineral Resources, members of the National Council of Provinces, MECs of Agriculture, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chairperson, during the national budget vote, I cautioned against politicizing agriculture and called for a collective effort to address challenges faced by both farmers and farm workers alike. Unfortunately, South Africa is experiencing an upsurge of criminality which has manifested in the brutal killings of farm workers and farmers alike, sometimes farm workers dying at the hands of their own employers. This is a blight on the very fiber of our nation and can no longer remain unabated. The issue of food security affects us all, Chairperson, rich, poor, black, white, and in a time when sowing division appears politically expedient, only unity of purpose is advancing our national interest. And advancing our national interest can be better South Africa we all can be proud of. Honorable members, today the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries is tabling a total budget of 6.8 billion rands, of which 3.7 billion is ring-fenced to transfers of conditional and parliamentary grants. In terms of conditional grants, 1.6 billion has been allocated to the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program. Chairperson, in his 2015 State of the Nation address, President Jacob Zuma pronounced on the 9-point plan to boost economic growth and create much-needed jobs. And he called upon the department to revitalize agriculture and agro-processing value chain, known as RAVAC. Informed by the National Development Plan, the RAVAC sets a target of 1 million jobs by 2030. A sizable portion of those jobs reside within agro-processing sector through the support of smallholder producers. Let me explain something I think many people make as a mistake. In my language, we called abamhlophe abelungu. Let us change today to say abelungu are only those with the capacity and expertise to employ other people. You may be white in color, but if you don't employ anybody, awungumlungu in my book. For the 2017-18 financial year, we seek to continue the strategic approach of RAVAC in partnership with relevant national departments such as the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, Department of Trade and Industry, including sector organizations, labor organizations, and civil society. Mr. Chairperson, in terms of Section 80 of the Marine Living Resources Act, applicants are allowed to lodge appeals against the decision of the delegated authority. The process is still underway, and I would like to appeal to all interested and affected parties to allow the process to unfold. And if any party is aggrieved by any decision taken by the department, I encourage such a party to follow the appeal processes that are provided for by the law. It is my intention to finalize the allocation of the West Coast Rock Lobster and Abalone sectors by 31st July this year. The establishment of of Fisheries Transformation Council in accordance with the Marine Living Resources Act number 18 of 1998, Chapter 3, Section 5, 29, will be prioritized. This is the fact I want to make to say, people must not believe that they have a right to fish. It is a state-owned commodity that every South African has a right to apply for and have access to. And if we work together to change that, it is what I think we will have failed our duty if we don't do so. We have also committed to finalize these appeals that have been submitted with regard to the above-mentioned 9 sectors by 30 September 2017. We will soon start with the FRAP 2020 process for the 12 fishing sectors that were allocated in 2005 and 2013. These allocations will expire on 31st December 2020. Climate change. Honorable members, climate change manifests itself in a variety of ways, some of which can result in devastating destruction and loss of life, as recently experienced in the wildfires of Knysna and Port Elizabeth in the Eastern Cape, coupled with the flooding in Cape Town. Honorable Chairperson, with your indulgence, I would like to request a moment of silence for those who lost their lives during the recent devastation and those whose lives were lost due to criminality within agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, to address the drought challenge, the Cultural Research Council is participating in 2 public-private partnerships, namely the Water Efficient Maize for Africa project and the Improved Maize for African Soils project. The WEMA project is aimed at developing and deploying drought-tolerant maize hybrids royalty-free to smallholder farmers in Southern Africa. The WEMA project is coordinated by the African Agricultural Technology Foundation and involves national agricultural research systems in 5 countries, Kenya, Mozambique, South Africa, Tanzania, and Uganda. This is a good demonstration that working together, we can do more. The Kgonafatso ya Dikgomo scheme is a special purpose vehicle aimed at accelerating the participation of smallholder producers in the mainstream livestock industries. The Kgonafatso ya Dikgomo scheme strives to catapult smallholder farmers to all levels of livestock value chain. The scheme is gradually realizing outcomes of this effort, illustrated through progress made by individual and communities. In this case, we speak of the ability of African people to have programs like feedlots in their own areas and sell their cattle without being abused and exploited. In an effort to realize an inclusive livestock value chain, other participants of the scheme are also venturing into intensive production systems such as feedlots. A feedlot is where you feed your cows without going to the field, and that can also accelerate the growth of African people and make them African farmers. And in provinces, the Eastern Cape, in partnership with the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform and Wool Growers Association, will see 13 projects supported with sharing sheds and rams. My department will contribute 15.4 million towards the wool production in the current financial year. Investment in macadamia nuts is happening in 4 provinces, the Eastern Cape, KZN, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. And the department will spare no effort to make sure that these programs, as they create more jobs, are realized. It is the area of growth in the future. Total of 14 agricultural projects will receive 85 million and create 256 jobs. Poultry production has been allocated 128 million rands, which will benefit 45 projects and create 1,789 jobs. 243 million is set aside to support 94 red meat producers with stock and mitigation, irrigation dams, dipping tanks, and handling facilities.
Order, Honorable Member.
I have been trained never to chase dogs when I'm depositing posts to families, as dogs have no business of doing that work. During the 2016-17 financial year, the Free State Department of Agriculture and Rural Development was able to spend 98% of its 174 million rands on CASP allocation. 38 projects were supported, and a total of 2,424 people benefited directly during the year under review. Gauteng received or supported 122 land and agrarian smallholder producers with both production inputs and on-farm infrastructure through Commercial Agricultural Support Program. During the 2015-2017 financial year, 117 jobs were created, 73 from CASP and 44 from Ilimalizima. KwaZulu-Natal, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development created 2,699 jobs through Commercial Agricultural Support Program. 2,219 jobs were created under Ilimalizima grant. A further effort to broaden the food base in South Africa. DAF also supported the project of improvement of Amadumbe for production and income generation for smallholder farmers and part of participatory breeding program. Limpopo province has through CRASP supported a total of 447 farmers across the CASP pillars. Through the CASP support, 1,423 jobs opportunities were created. Out of 706 were to women and 113 to youth. Honorable members, communal grazing areas are finding a problem because of overgrazing, and we need to do all our best to make sure that we control that situation. There is an example of that is in the Kukuni district, where a focus area due to the increase of in cattle herds, mainly the Jersey cows, which has added pressure on the fragile mixed bushveld and grassland ecosystems. Mpumalanga, during 2016-27 financial year, Mpumalanga Provincial Department of Agriculture created 498 jobs through CASP. Those jobs were created in the vegetables, red meat, poultry, and agricultural subsectors. Northern Cape, the Department of Agriculture created 133 jobs through CASP, while the Ilimalizima grant created 538 jobs. Northwest, the ARC Khanyisa Devil's Claw project, in conjunction with DAF and Northwest Province, is commendable. The community-based project was initiated to train the Khanyisa community about this sustainable harvesting, utilization of the medicinal plant Devil's Claw. Western Cape, in 2016-2017 financial year, Western Cape Department of Agriculture created 1,212 jobs through the Commercial Agricultural Support Program. Through the Ilimalizima grant, the department managed to create 825 jobs. Honorable members, agriculture as a new area of growth presents an enormous opportunity to bring new entrants in the sector as it grows and expands. The sector also presents opportunity to bring in the youth, women, and historically disadvantaged people into the sector. Chairperson, we are pleased to announce that the World Aquaculture Conference will take place in Cape Town from the 26th to 30 June 2017, attracting more than 3,000 delegates from all over 100 countries. Aquaculture is one of the fast-growing food production sectors in the world. This sector presents the most important protein that is getting diminished because of illegal fishing and other climate conditions. Honorable members, to address the transformation imperative, the department is committed to a gender-centric approach in its various programs. The Female Entrepreneur of the Year is but one such initiative that recognizes the role of the women play in shifting perceptions of what a successful farmer looks like. It is also important to target young people, especially agricultural graduates who are unemployed, and ensure that we facilitate their experiential learning through mentorships and exposure to commercial farms. Mr. Chairperson, in conclusion, the sector continues to be plagued by outbreaks of animal, plant disease, and pests. Recently, Zimbabwe announced an outbreak of avian influenza. South Africa immediately suspended all trade in live birds and poultry, meat, table eggs, and other unprocessed poultry products, and communicated this to the Zimbabwean Chief Veterinary Officer. We have heightened inspections of all consignments, including all private and public vehicles at all our ports of entry, especially in and out of Zimbabwe. There is a critical need to capacitate our animal production, food and health and safety branch, as they are at the forefront of managing, detecting potential outbreaks and could adversely affect our sector. In closing, Chairperson, I would like to thank the Deputy Minister, Decay, for his commitment and counsel. I thank the Chairperson and members of the Select Committee on Mineral Resources and Land. I also thank the 9 provincial MECs responsible for agriculture for the support. I would like to say that agriculture is not a place to venture in just because you want to make mileage politically. It is about food security. It is about making sure that those who farm understand what is the impact of farming. It is about dealing with diseases. It is not a place for those who want to fulfill their dreams for a tomorrow that may never come. It may never come if people remain hungry. It may never come if we deny the fact that for many years, black people were denied of their future or participation in agriculture, except as farmers. That time has come and that time should end. We need to sing one song of saying that we need a South Africa that is free from hunger. We need a South Africa that is a place where farmers can farm in peace without fearing anything. We need a South Africa where farmers can believe that their employers are also fellow South Africans, where no farm worker must be afraid because Mr. Krosky may mistake him for an animal or feel that his presence disturbs his own presence. We call for a South Africa that embraces the South Africa that Reginald Oliver Tambo, the former president of the ANC, envisioned, that the Minister of Land Reform has quoted. We need a South Africa in which all of us are ashamed of obstructing change. To the Department and Ministry staff, thank you for your agility, work ethic, and commitment to the vision of the department. To you, I say, meditate on the words of Kali Jibrin when he says, "The teacher who is indeed wise does not bid you to enter the house of his wisdom, but rather leads you to the threshold of your mind." And I invite this house to endorse this budget. And I believe that working together, white and black, and I repeat, being umlungu does not predict color. It is the ability of the individual to put his money into investment and employ others. Time must come when we give this word umlungu to those who are white in color. Some of them are looking for a job, and black farmers may employ them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Nita, continue the debate. It's an issue.
Order. Deputy Chairperson, members of the NCOP, members of SALGA that are representing SALGA today, the MECs, the minister and the deputy ministers, the members of the public, ladies and gentlemen. Today's budget speech comes at a time of a great negative perception of the governance in our country and the performance of the economy. This difficult time can split us as a nation, destroy all what we have struggled and strived for, or it could unite us, leaving us stronger than we have been ever before. The choice is ours. It lies in our political maturity and our commitment in building a greater nation. South Africa is known for its horrific past, but we are also known for our capacity to forgive unforgivable, but we do not forget. So let our past teach us again that we remain united by much more than what divides us. For the people of this country, if we do not do so, it is our choice to allow us to perish. Compatriots, let's lead our nation with a clear vision in sight. So I call on all of us today to remain committed to the cause of radical economic transformation, where all South Africans can feed our growth of our economy. However, to realize this vision, we must be able to push through the hard economic times. We must persevere the storms and battle out our troubles with determination and hard work. Compatriots, while some progress is made, much more is needed by way of inclusive economic growth. While we admit to the challenges we face, we should also be proud of our achievements. Over the past 6 years, employment in the agricultural sector has risen by almost 300,000, even while farmers' wages were increased. Secondly, over the past 15 years, the share of the household experiences hunger has declined by more than a half. Third, there are signs of economic vibrancy in former homeland areas, including impressive decline in unemployment rate since 2001. All this is not bad in agricultural sector, and we must press forward to achieve much more greater things. The challenge is the intervention that we need to take. We must remain significant at the economic scale. As a developmental state, our role is to stimulate growth through policy and investment. However, we cannot do this alone. We cannot do this without the full cooperation of the private sector. The fiscus is just not big enough to do what is required to industrialize the agricultural sector, build and maintain infrastructure, while at the same time maintain and create jobs. A public-private partnership is a critical element which we must pursue more vigorously. There are several efforts already underway that merge public and private resources in a manner that builds local economies. In Eastern Cape, the agricultural economic transformation strategy will be implemented through commodity-based partnership in the grain, livestock, and high-value crop industries. The Eastern Cape Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform will improve commercial viability and productive utilization of communal land and small holder farms. Through the cluster of arable land into economic units to release the economies of scale and reduce the cost of production. These clusters will be linked to commercial agriculture for investment, mentorship, entrepreneurship, and to exploit the market opportunities in the value chain. In Limpopo, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development will start governance much-awaited 30% set-aside program, where 30% of appropriate categories of state procurement for purchasing for SMMEs, cooperative, as well as township and rural enterprises will commence this year. In the Free State, the Agro-Processing Summit held this year include the development agro-processing in the province with the aim to build greater public-private investment partnership aimed at supporting small business in agro-processing. And in Gauteng, a total of 23 million is allocated for agro-processing to enhance investment in their food and beverage sector. Concerning food and nutrition security, the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries form part of the 5 government departments that participate in the development and National Food and Nutrition Security Plan. The National Food and Nutrition Security has 6 strategic objectives, one of which is led by DAF, namely the establishment of inclusive local value chain to support access to nutrition, affordable food. Expected outcome of this objective is to market stimulate and smallhold production to participate in the local value chain, and improve policy environment to enhance participation of the smallholder produce in local food value chain, improve access to nutrition, affordable food, especially local and household levels, and improve access to produce and marketing infrastructure. Implementation of the strategic objective will commence during 2017 and 2018 financial fiscus to quality and quantity of fruit produce by smallholder and the supply, value addition, storage, such as produce to institutional markets and non-governmental sector. Honorable members and distinguished guests, one of the greatest challenges in the developing new farmers in the access to markets. Currently, the DAF has targeted about 33 farms from Nyawedi in Limpopo for a contract to supply tomatoes. 14 producers around Lubuahomo have also been contracted to supply beans, and 2 producers from Mabela Hall are supplying peas. One of the more important interventions in 2017-2018 is the remodeling of the producer support program. Existing support to produce are fragmented not only in method and approach, but across various layers of government and institution. To address this DAF together with the Provincial Department, will finalize the national policy on comprehensive producer development support, which seeks to standardize what and how support is rendered to the producers. Chairperson, the policy will regulate and guide intervention provided to the various categories of producers by government. the private sector and civil society organizations as well. This policy, I believe, will result in an integrated and well-coordinated producer support system for South Africa. Concerning agro-processing, the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, Trade and Industry, and Department of Rural Development and Land Reform approach and engage several companies in the development of a National Enterprise Supply Development Incentive Program. And 2017-2018 will be its first year of implementation. With respect to produce support, a total of 20 billion rand of grant fund were made available to provide support to our producers. By the end of 2016-2017, a total of 346 projects were supported, benefiting 32,000 smallholder producers and create 9,000 jobs. Producers were supported with infrastructure for production, marketing and agro-processing, land preparation, production inputs, training and mentorship, as well as the South African Good Agricultural Practice certificate to access local and international markets. For 2017-2018, an amount of 2.2 billion rand is allocated to continue this work. Chairperson, in the State of the Nation Address 2017, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma announced the support to black commercial farmers. This introduced in an effort to transform the existing ownership patterns in agriculture. Specific attention will be given to the development of 450 large-scale black commercial farmers. The target is to have 2,250 black commercial farmers by 2022. A further 23,559 smallholder producers and 2,909 black commercial farmers are targeted to support in the current financial year. With all things remain favorable, we plan to create 20,000 jobs through our grant-based program, namely CASP and Ilimatsima. With respect to training and skills development, the department trained 26,370 farmers and linked 440 of them as mentors. The DAF has also partnered with the Department of Higher Education for the further training in 630 farmers and mentors on 970. The strategy within the sector for capacity building include building partnership with industry organizations such as Red Meat Abattoir, which have been mentioned previously by the Minister, through which 2,116 abattoir workers benefited from various training programs. We note the benefit our provinces are gaining through the department capacity building program. Through our bilateral relations, the department, in partnership with the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, is implementing the smallholder horticulture empowerment program, which promotes the principle of grow to sell, as opposed to growing without a focus market. For 2017-2018, the program plans to train 21,723 farmers, 3,015 farmers will receive mentorship, and Red Meat Abattoir Association will also train them. The department has, since in 2008, initiated and coordinated the implementation of the Extension Recovery Plan. The main objective of the plan is to revitalize public extension and advisory services. Through skills development, increase human resources and adequate tools. To date, 1,500 extension practitioners were recruited and trained, bringing the total number of extension personnel in the country to 3,140 extension officers. Extension practitioners have been provided with laptops, 3G cards, cell phone printers, and digital pens. On the issue of trade agreements, bilateral agreements that have been signed with China, Indonesia, Vietnam, and India are benefiting different provinces. Products exported to these countries include maize, fruit, wine, forestry products, nuts. The NCOP is confident that we can sustain these markets and open a few more others to ensure that our farmers have much more market to access. Chairperson, we therefore support, given the work that has been done by the department as articulated by myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before you, Honorable Smith, earlier on, the House Chairperson did indicate to the House that the clock was not working or functioning. Now it is functioning, including that one. So please let us observe that. Honorable Smith.
Just correct my time here, please, Chair. I don't have 4 minutes, but then anyway. Honorable Deputy Chair, honorable members, members in the of the public in the gallery, fellow South Africans. This week we are supposed to celebrate Youth Day on the 16th of June in memory of the young people of 1976, the Soweto uprising that followed the Sharpeville massacre of 21 March 1960. Well, honorable members, it seems history is repeating itself. The ANC government is busy with a massacre of the future of our youth. We now sit with 9 million unemployed people, of which 6 million are the youth. This said, what does the future look like if we look at these two budget votes? Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, as well as Rural Development and Land Reform. My first observation, Honourable Minister Zukwana, is that your department has become the ANC government's stepchild in its program to capture the state and self-enrichment. You yourself said that the reduction in your budget as a department has been halved in the past few years, which makes it near to impossible to deliver on your mandate. Well, let me tell you, how do you get rid of an unwanted thing? You starve it and then you push it aside. Does this ring a bell, Honourable Minister? Like the 3 million jobs promised by the ANC in 2009 elections, which ended up with 3 million jobs lost instead. The 1 million jobs in agriculture are about to go the same route. How do you plan to create 1 million new jobs in agriculture with half the budget? Not going to happen, sir. In terms of outcome 7, which refer to creating vibrant and self-reliant rural communities, your department is so far off par, it's not even funny. There is no way you can achieve it, but you keep on going in the same direction, doing the same thing over and over. It was Albert Einstein that said the definition of insanity was doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. With regards to land that is claimed and handed to claimants, the blame for the massive failures in sustaining productive use of the land is passed on from the one to the other. Well, when I asked Minister Nkwinti about it, he quickly pointed the finger to you, Minister Zukwana. He said, it is your responsibility and I should ask you. When I asked you, Minister Zukwana, when I asked you, Minister Zukwana, you said it's unfair of Minister Nkwinti to pass the buck to you without the budget. Well, Minister, can I tell you what is the problem here? There should not be two different departments in the first place. Oh, but I forgot. This is part of the program.
Honorable Smith, can you take a seat? On what point are you rising, Honorable Member? Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Order, Honorable Members.
I'm standing on a point of order, Chair.
Okay.
Who is Minister Zukwana?
No, that's not a point of order. Can you continue, Honorable Smith?
Hi, shame, Kathy. Oh, but I forgot. This is part of the program of your beloved ANC, to have a bloated cabinet so that more cadres can eat off the gravy train, self-enrichment. In 2019, the DA-led government will sort this problem for you out, ministers, by having a 15-department cabinet. It will be more lean and efficient and save costs so that the budget can be freed to direct funds towards agriculture and job creation in the industry. The DA government will ensure that all farmers are supported, especially small and upcoming farmers, by ensuring proper and easy access to markets so that they can sell their products, produce easily, what they produce easily. There will be a massive investment in infrastructure like transport, communication, and distribution facilities. We will also stimulate investment in modern urban farming ventures like warehouse farming that is space efficient. Ordinary citizens will have easy market access and access to proper infrastructure support to be able to sell their excess fruits and vegetables to their local communities, retailers, distributors, and restaurants. This is how you create 1 million jobs in agriculture, Minister Zukwana. On fisheries, I can only drop my head in shame for your department, Minister. It is still a disaster, and it's getting worse by the day. Even if I look at the crafts that can't go out because they are not maintained. And who is suffering? The poor fishing communities like in Paternoster and Port Nolloth. Again, because of greedy ANC comrades who stuff their pockets at the expense of the poor. There are cases of which I was told where connected individuals buy off community members fishing quotas for peanuts, which in turn is used for alcohol, and then they sit with nothing left. Sisman, the ANC should be ashamed of this blatant abuse. My question to you today, Minister, is why is fisheries not also a provincial competency similar to agriculture?
Honorable Smith, can I take the point of order?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is that parliamentary to say cease in the presence of the honorable members?
You know, honorable members, I did hear the word, and immediately it struck me, and I was grappling with that. Can I satisfy myself by looking at the rules and check whether if it is parliamentary for the usage of that word in the House, and then come back? It can be tomorrow. I might come with a ruling tomorrow, in tomorrow's sitting. Continue, Honorable Member. Yeah, just hold, Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. May I also ask, when you make that consideration, that you also take into account that we are very limited for alternatives for CIS that are worse than that, and you don't want to take away the only word that's not parliamentary.
Honourable Mikalakis, may I be allowed to do exactly what I said I will do? Thank you.
My question to you today, Minister, is why is fisheries not also a provincial competency similar to agriculture, as each province has its own unique circumstances and needs? When will you decentralize this function and allocate the various budgets, Minister Zukwana? Talking about provincial mandate and funding, you yourself acknowledged that the provinces do not account properly and funds are misused by some ANC provinces, like Limpopo. Please explain to me, how is it possible for the Department of Agriculture in Limpopo to spend 1.48 million rand on a single kilometer of fencing? Let me show you how this 1.48 million rand fence look like, Honorable Minister. And this is in Limpopo. There it is. 1.48 million rand. There's another one, 278,000 rand. You see, Minister, we have a Gupta-like character in Limpopo, Dada Hardware.
Order, honorable members, Honorable Nyambi.
Deputy Chair, I'm checking whether
Can I listen to the point there?
I'm checking whether is it parliamentary to go to my respectful province, Mpumalanga, and take a picture of my yard and come and show it to members, making serious allegations.
You know, members, order, honorable members. Unfortunately, there is a precedence. Unfortunately, there is a precedence where a member was allowed to show a picture in the House. That is in the other House. It carried through. So can we allow this? And then maybe the subcommittee on rules will have then to amend to look at this thing. Continue.
Because it hurts so much. Ouch. You see, Minister, we have a Gupta-like character in Limpopo, Dada Hardware, who stuffed his pockets together with his compromised ANC politicians and officials. Daar's ou stukkie draad, Minister, en daar ou stukkie draad. Verduidelik jy nou vir ons vandag, Minister, en om die kersie op die koek te sit, is die gelde gou-gou so 2 weke voor die 2016 verkiesing oorgeplaas na meneer Dada se besigheidsrekening. Gerieflik, wonder of dit dalk ook 'n funding model was vir die ANC se verkiesingsveldtog. Dit laat my nogal dink aan die Nkandla-skandaal. Dit maak my naar om te dink hoe jou geliefde ANC-regering geld mors terwyl 14 miljoen Suid-Afrikaners elke aand honger gaan slaap. Sies vir julle. Ek sal my skaam vir sulke mishandeling van ons mees afhanklike mense in Suid-Afrika. Minister Nkwinti, the man in charge of land capture. When do you and your ANC government plan to give the tribal communities full ownership of their residential properties? And hereby I refer to full ownership title deeds, which will give them assets that they can use as security to get access to resources so that they can have individual independence and economical freedom. Minister, I'm not talking about use rights, but full ownership, so that those communities also have individual freedoms and choice, like the rest of South Africa. This is required in terms of the Constitution, Chapter 2, the Bill of Rights, Section 25, subsection 5 and 6, that reads as follows. The state must, not can or may, but must, take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to foster conditions which enable citizens to gain access to land on an equitable basis. And subsection 6, a person or community whose tenure of land is legally insecure as a result of past racially discriminatory laws or practices, like the old Bantustans, which was designed to divide South Africans on the basis of race, is entitled either to tenure that is legally secure or to comparable redress. I am sure you will come up with some excuse, Honourable Minister, but if you are truthful, you will tell South Africans today that you don't plan to give them individual freedom, because the ANC needs the kings to control the masses so that they will have no choice but to vote for the ANC. Doesn't that sound familiar, Honourable Members? Let me list some mass control measures already in place by the ANC. A RDP house, for which you wait years for the title deed, so that you can be threatened to lose it if you don't vote ANC. An EPWP job, so that you need to come back every few months to beg for it in exchange for voting ANC. A social grant, to hold you hostage with threats of losing your grant if you don't vote for the ANC. And so I can go on and on and on. South Africans want individual freedom, Honourable Members, not the peanuts and leftover crumbs handed out by the ANC government. The time is near, my dear South African compatriots. 2019 is around the corner, and the DA-led government will ensure that you are free to choose your own destiny and have the individual choice and economical means to realize your dreams and aspirations. Change is coming fast, and it is going to change your life forever. To vote DA and dream big, because you can with a caring society and government. The time has come for this generation of young people to rise like a blue tsunami and fire this President Gupta and his mouthpiece, Mr. Zuma, in 2019. The DA can and will deliver your dreams. Nkosi isikeleli Afrika, malu pakam Yesu pondo luayo, izwa imatanda zoyetu, Nkosi sikelele tina lozwa puloayo, morena boloka sechaba sa Yesu, ufeditse dintwa le matswe neho, sebuluke sechaba sa Yesu, sechaba sa Africa. And united we shall stand for you, South Africa, our land. We love South Africa. Kia leboga batho ba Afrika Borwa. Thank you very much.
Honorable MEC Kobosiane, can you continue the debate?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers present, Honorable leadership in this august House. I just want to quote one of the utter colonialists, Lord Macaulay, in his address in British Parliament on the 2nd of February, 1835, and I quote, "I have traveled across the length and breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief and a prisoner. Such a wealth I've seen in this country, such a high moral values, people of such caliber, that I do not think we will conquer this country unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is her spiritual and cultural heritage. And therefore I propose," so he said, "that we replace her old and ancient education system, her culture. For if the Africans think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, their native culture, and they will become what we want them, a truly dominated nation," close quote. Honorable Chairperson, indeed, citizens without land are people enslaved permanently. We lost identity, sovereign in character, but delegitimized in law. We were effectively and painfully colonially captured with our gold, diamond, platinum, land, forestry, fisheries, and ocean. And our islands were illegally appropriated without compensation by unsympathetic thieves who also use religion to dispossess us of what the Creator bestowed upon us. This must change, honorable members. We cannot cry anymore. We must be a generation of correcting the wrong. Our peace and reconciliation was not a sign of submission, but a foundation for a new decolonization agenda and eradication of apartheid colonial features. Of course, we cannot bow in adoration when we are seeing big 3 in forestry. We see big 5 in construction. We see big 5 in fisheries. Generations will spit on our graves, and if we continue with this trajectory, indeed, they will be saying we have sold them in the real sense of the word. Umsindwana wentaka uphelele endlwaneni sihlanu. Our responsibility as the department is to attest to the programs tabled by the 2 ministers, Minister Zokwana and Minister Nkwinti, before this House. As I speak here, farmers in our province are working hard producing crops, farming and livestock, selling their produce to markets, especially meat and citrus. Some of these farmers include Lapumikwezi Co-operative, which is owned by 10 women and 1 man. They receive beef master bulls from the department, which they mated with 52 heifers. They produce 43 calves ready for the market as winners. During our engagement, a cooperative member, Nonzwaka Zimpongoshe, told me they did not get good money from the sale of the progeny of their previous bulls, but they worked hard and smart to mate their heifers with new bulls, and the results were impressive progeny, which they will sell at good price. Genetically superior beef bulls fetch in order of 26,000 and heifers around 8,500. Mbongoshe told me that money they make from the sales of their livestock is now shared among the cooperative members, enabling them to provide for their families. These farmers got farm from land reform program, Honorable Minister, and benefit from the money we receive from the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries to expand agriculture. They show that when black people use land reform farms, they get such good results. They benefit from the economic spin-offs from the agricultural economy. This year, or this financial year, the department will invest 122.2 million to support grain producers to produce production of maize. And we are targeting 47,800 hectares, projected to yield 175,000 tons of grain valued at 403 million. Our department is now driving economic transformation of agriculture in the province, where we are facilitating partnership between commercial, emerging black and white farmers. This is done through commodity-based partnership program with a focus of expansion of deciduous, pineapple, chicory, macadamia production, revitalization of irrigation schemes in Ngocha, Zanyokwe, Kramata, and small irrigation schemes like the one in Port St. John's. Together with the Premier of the province, we handed over financial vouchers to young people involved in agriculture to help them start agribusinesses, get money to buy implements, seedlings and livestock, also livestock feed for them to work in this particular sector. Youth from Lower Zinguga and all other parts of the province were trained in agricultural focused on crop production, poultry, livestock farming, giving them skills to master the trade. All students now in our own agricultural college, Tsolo Agriculture and Rural Development Institute, are benefiting from the bursary facilitated between our department and Health and Welfare SETA. Indeed, in that college now, fees have fallen. All 222 students in that college are receiving free education for the next coming 3 years. These students are studying animal health diploma. Indeed, we are going to reap rewards of animal health technicians out of them, which is now accredited by South African Veterinary Council. Indeed, we heard the cries of our young people in the province. The province is currently engaged in lobbying for the support of which I hereby do, Honorable Chairperson, for us to be resourced and be considered to be a place that is compelling to establish a second veterinary science school in the country, which must be situated in University of Fort Hare. The draft curriculum for the school has been submitted to universities of Pretoria, Zimbabwe, Makerere, Lagos, Hanover, Texas A&M, which have veterinary schools for peer review. We want this school because our province is currently not benefiting from the high livestock population numbers. And I can't dwell on that one because we all know. This week, we will launch a one-year-long program aimed at empowering unemployed young people coming from poor households with food security, skills to fight poverty. We are working with the University of Fort Hare and University of South Africa to train these young people on an NQF level 5 one-year program so that they can take over their own community-based gardens, they can run their own youth cooperatives so that they have means of food production and not to depend on buying food that is coming elsewhere. I'm standing here, Honorable Chairperson, with heavy heart and disappointment after a Utenhage farmer, 37-year-old farmer from Case River, Mr. Pete Voigt, alleged to have killed 8 cattle, wounding 3 severely, all belonging to Mr. Stockwell's family in Utenhage. Surely, Honorable Chair, the mere sight of cattle can never warrant the lethal use of deadly firearm, stripping these livestock owners of their only means of survival. This is an attitude and barbaric behavior we must collectively condemn, as it is against civility and coexistence of black and white commercial farmers, especially emerging farmers. They have lost close to 250,000 worth of assets. Just to say to young people who so neglect learning in his youth loses the past and is dead to the future. I close that quote. I want to advise young people to roll their sleeves, seize the opportunity. As O.R. Tambo once said in conclusion, the land in which the cattle grazed without communal property, it was owned by no one. It was nobody's private farm. It was a common property of all people, shared by the people, so the practice of sharing was central in the concept of ownership. O.R. Tambo once said, we need business to invest in South African youth. We need private sector to broaden investment through youth empowerment, also to adopt an agri-youth entrepreneur in order to solve the pertinent challenges facing our young people in this country, in order to lower the scale of anger in this country, so we dearly love. Indeed, Honorable Chair, I cannot leave this podium without reporting back to you, as a person, young as I am, from the province of the Eastern Cape, about the mayhem, the misery, the disorientation, the loss of hope, the despair that we have managed to see in 8 months of local government, of what is happening in Nelson Mandela Metro. We cannot even leave a chamber because the mayor and the deputy mayor, they can really devour each other. We are no more opposing. We have to guard them not to touch each other. It's a serious situation in leadership. We thought the coalition in Nelson Mandela will work, but the people there are dashed and their hopes have been damaged by what we call a DA-led municipality. What a crisis that we have now seen. And I think it must be a lesson to those that always come and boast here, whilst they are leaving trash unattended in that municipality. It is a real sad situation for our democratic dispensation. If 23 years is something to talk about, I think, honorable ministers, we need to take courage of the next 23 years so that we change this calamity once and for all. And I think we do have in our power as African National Congress to advance and soldier on. Umkhombe ubembesile phaya eBhayi. You can visit them in their own mayoral committee meeting. They are not listening to anything except to fight every day up until they go for press conferences in each and every moment they get. We support this budget. I think this country is in good hands. Let's move forward, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Order, order. I haven't called you. Take your seat. Can you take your seat, honorable member? Order, order. Honorable Koni, can you continue with the debate?
Ke a leboga modulasetilo. Ke santse ke na le matla a le mantsi le ga o ka nkemisa wa ntudisa ke tla nna pelotelele. Ke a leboga. Honorable Chairperson, this year marks 104 years since a white minority regime passed the Natives Land Act of 1913. The act, as many others before and after 1913, legislated away the humanity of black people by confining them to just 7% of the land of this country. This year also marks 144 years since the murder in Robben Island of Inkosi Maqoma Kanqika, who led 3 of the 9 wars of resistance against colonial land dispossession in what is now known as the Eastern Cape, defined by the colonialists as a savage of extraordinary ability and a commander of savages, second to none. He remains to us as immortal inspiration to all depossessed people across this country and this continent. Today, the descendants of the colonialists who murdered him are with us in this very house, denying that they are beneficiaries of a brutal system which stripped black people of their humanity. Today, we have a government led by black people which refuses to complete the struggle that their grandfathers died for. Most of these people who lead us are descendants of those warrior men and women led by Maqoma, Bambata, Moshweshwe, and many other gallant leaders of our people who died. With their spear held high in defense of their land and their humanity. Today, 144 years after Maqoma took his last breath, black people are still landless, black people are still nationless, black people are still pariahs in the land of their own birth. Today, 23 years after the ANC took over power and forced through a land policy premised on a ridiculous principle of willing buyer, willing seller. Only 8% of the land in South Africa has been transferred back to black people since the end of apartheid colonialism. Today, 23 years after blacks were given political power and after the credible opinion showing that the property clause in the Constitution is a major hindrance to land reform, the ANC refuses to amend the Constitution to allow for speedy land reform. As a result of this, we as a country have no land reform program, but a massive land purchase program. This is why out of a budget of 10.1 billion for this financial year, 3.2 billion will go to the component dealing with restitution, which entails, amongst other things, buying up land and white farmers to be returned back to black people. At the rate at which we are going, it would take us more than 120 years to transfer at least 40% of the land back to its people, black people. This is a crisis. It needs resolute leadership. The ANC has been sloganeering for far too long, talking about radical economic transformation on one hand, while wanting to appease white feelings on the other hand. Once again, we offer our support to you to amend the Constitution. This may be the very last chance you have to do something meaningful for our people. You will lose votes in 2019, and that is a fact. And we will be in no position to lead a program of radical change in our society. Then you will only be remembered as people who had no balls to dismantle the key foundations of white supremacy and black subjugation in this country. Minister, we must also tell you right now, your attempts to recreate the Bantu Authorities Act through your communal land bill is a very dangerous attempt at circumventing democracy in rural areas. We need to deal with the continuing Bantufication of the former homelands in a manner that respects the rights of all people, including unmarried and widowed women, gay and lesbian people to own land. Your assertion that in areas where there are both communal property associations and traditional authorities, your department will recognize only traditional authorities is ridiculous and must be condemned.
Can you just take a seat, Honorable Anna?
Listen, thank you very much. I'm standing in point of order. Is it parliamentary when the speaker is announcing the balls?
Okay.
Balls.
I didn't get. Can you repeat yourself, Honorable?
I wanted to understand when it's parliamentary when the speaker is announcing balls during her speech.
Balls?
Yes.
No. I didn't pick that one up, honorable members. Can I respond to that? Can that also, honorable member, order? Can that also be my task for tomorrow? Just to check the context in which what was said was said. Okay. Honorable Kaula?
No, on a point of order, Chair, it's very easy to check that one. We can do a spot check. I'm saying it's very easy to confirm that one. We can do a spot check.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Honorable Koni, can you continue?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In her book, An Empty Plate, Dr. Tracy Ledger poses the following questions. 1, why is that food prices are so high that millions of South African families go hungry, while the prices paid to farmers for that same food are so low that many cannot stay in business? 2, why are the people that produce our food, farm workers, amongst the most insecure of all? Why do high levels of rural poverty persist while corporate profits in the food sector keep rising? How did a country with a constitutional right to food become a place where 1 in 4 children is so malnourished that they are classified as stunted? This department's stated vision is united and transformed agriculture, forestry, and fisheries sector that ensures food security for all and economic prosperity. Agriculture has the potential to absorb the most labor, but it would require radical transformation to the agricultural sector. We have seen in the poultry industry alone now how 50,000 jobs were lost due to the import of cheaper, albeit poorer quality poultry products. Our local poultry industry cannot compete with their overseas counterparts because of the 2 factors. 1 being overseas farmers are subsidized by their governments. 2 being that the SA does not impose tariffs to restrict import of poultry products. Fundamentally, the land question and the agrarian question are untimely linked. We cannot resolve the agrarian question without first resolving the land question. So, as the EFF's first cardinal pillar says, land must be expropriated without compensation to its rightful owners for equal redistribution. We will not support any of these budget votes, both of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mlambo. Can you go? Oh, Kaula, I'm sorry. Order, Honorable Koni, you have just debated now.
Yeah. Mhlonishwa sihlalo, abahlonishwa ongqongqoshe namaphini ongqongqoshe. Kuyishwa ukuthi eNingizimu Afrika lokho kwakungeminye yemigogodla yomzabalazo wenkululeko. Ikhona ukuthe uma kufika inkululeko kwathathwa kwenziwa isimo esingaphuthumiyo. Into yokuqala okhokho bethu abaphuca yona inqubo yobukoloni bengcindezelo kwaba umhlaba kanye nemfuyo yabo. Lezi zinto ziyahambisana. Awukwazi ukuba nemfuyo nengcebo yezolimo kepha ungenawo umhlaba. Kanjalo futhi awukwazi ukuba nomhlaba kepha ingcebo yezolimo nemfuyo kushawe indiva. Bekufanele eNingizimu Afrika ekhululekile lezi zidingo eziphethwe yileminyango yomibili kube izidingo ezisukunyelwa phezulu. Awupho-ke kuya ngokuthi kuphethwe obani, baphethe kanjani futhi bacabanga kanjani. Angeke siphathwe ngodaka emehlweni. Ukucabanga sikubone kwenzeni nenqubo elandelwayo uma kwenziwa. Ngesikhathi kufika inqubo yobukoloni kulelizwe kudliwa ngendluzula izwe. Izwe labe liphucwa amakhosi nabantu bawo.
Can I just take the point of, is the point of order?
I would like to know as to whether are the interpreters of Parliament on leave, because he is busy conveying the speech and there is no one who's interpreting. Thank you.
Can you check that? Can you just check your channel? So there is Zulu translation. There is. No, just check your channel then. Channel 2. Okay, continue, Honorable.
And Chair, I can do my speech in any one of the 11 languages. I'm saying, ngesikhathi kufika inqubo yobukoloni kulelizwe kudliwa ngendluzula izwe, izwe labe liphucwa amakhosi nabantu bawo. Cishe zonke izimpi ezabe ziliwa izizwe ezimpisholo ngokwehlukahlukana kwazo, zabe ziliwa ngoba kuvikelwa umhlaba nemfuyo ngaphansi kwesandla sobukhosi bomdabu. Kuyamangaza ukuba uma uhulumeni wentando yeningi esebuyisela kubanikazi izwe elahlwithwa ngodli kuthiwe lakhelwa amakomiti azoliphatha ama-trust kodwa izwe libe lingaphucwanga amakomiti. Lamakomiti ama-trust uma esenikezwe ukuphatha lemhlaba egameni labanikazi abangama-beneficiaries kwezinye izindawo kuba nemibango exakile. Iqembu lenkatha yenkululeko liyakholelwa ekuthini umhlaba ubuyiselwe kubanikazi bawo ngendlela ehlelekile. Futhi siyakholelwa kulesisho esithi, quote, two wrongs do not make a right, unquote. Ngakho akunakuthi ngoba kwahlwithwa umhlaba ngendluzula ebese uhulumeni osemthethweni esebenzisa indluzula ukubuyisa umhlaba. Nokho siyakhala ngokushaya ngonyawo lonwabo kwindlela uhulumeni asebenza ngayo udaba lomhlaba. Kufanele ukuthi kunyuswe izinga kuphuthunyiswe izicelo zokubuyiswa komhlaba. Kufanele uhulumeni aqikelele nohla labo abasuke bezohlomula uma kubuya umhlaba. Kunganikezwa ubunikazi kubantu abangenamlando nokudliwa kwendawo njengoba kwenzekile kwezinye izindawo. Ngike ngaphawula lapha ngaphambilini isihlalo ohloniphekile ukuthi ukuthuthukiswa kwemboni yokudoba nokufuya izinhlanzi makungabi yinto yesifundazwe sasentshonalanga koloni kuphela. Kepha nezifundazwe ezinolwandle njengeKwaZulu Natal nazo mazibambe iqhaza elibonakalayo. Isimo sokuguquguquka kwezulu esingathembekile sesibe nomthelela ongemuhle neze empilweni yabalimi ikakhulukazi ezindaweni ezisemakhaya. Izinga lesomiso, ukukhahlamezeka kwemfuyo kanye nezitshalo kusezingeni eliphezulu kakhulu kule minyaka. Sidinga uhulumeni asondele kakhulu ngosizo kubalimi emakhaya ngenxa yalezi zimo zesomiso. Kakufanele uhulumeni asondele nosizo kumbe uxhaso ngoba nakho kuzovotwa njengoba sibonile lapha enquthu umhlonishwa womthembu MEC enxenxa abavoti ngezimbuzi ebeziphiwa umphakathi. Kepha kufanele uhulumeni asondele emphakathini nosizo lweqiniso nezinhlelo eziphapheme hayi ukulutha umphakathi. Kuyiqiniso ukuthi izinga lokutshala ukuziphilisa emakhaya selehle kakhulu. Lokhu kudalwa ubunzima bokucosha izinsiza kusebenza kule miphakathi yasemakhaya. Kanjalo futhi nabalimi abasafufusa abathenge imihlaba yokuhweba nabo bathwala kanzima ngenxa yesomiso. Ngingabala nje abalimi abasezindaweni ezifana nalapha yakwaMgaya eMzumbe emakhaya, abalimi bomoba kwaQoloqolo eMzumbe, iseMalangeni eMdoni, ise-Oripi nase-Potchefstroom lapha eHibiscus Coast, bonke abangabalimi bakamoba. Bonke bathwala kanzima ngenxa yalokhu kuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu. Lokhu kuye kuze kwenze sengathi abalimi abampisholo bayizehluleki kanti cha, isikhathi nje abaficane naso esinzima. Ngakho-ke izinsiza zikahulumeni zidingeka kakhulu kulezi ndawo engizibalayo kanye nezinye ezifana nazo ezweni lonke. Bahlonishwa, bahlukumezeka abalimi abafuye imfuyo ngenxa yamasela antshontsha imfuyo. Amanye alamasela anqamula eqe imingcele yezwe nemfuyo yomphakathi ingaphinde itholakale. Make umnyango wezolimo ubambisane neminyango eqondene yokuphepha kuvikelwe ukuntshontshwa kwemfuyo ngendlela ekwenzeka ngayo. Ngiyadumala mhlonishwa ngqongqoshe wezolimo ngokuthi imboni yabalimi abahweba ngenkukhu ihlalisekela ubhojozi kangaka kepha ungqongqoshe nomnyango wakhe akanazo izinhlelo zokuyitakula. Ngenxa yesivumelwano ezenziwe yiNingizimu Afrika nezwe laseMelika, iBrazil namanye amazwe e-European Union, lokhu kubonakala kungenisa inkukhu esezingeni eliphansi futhi eshibhile lapha ngaphakathi ezweni. Kubonakaleke imboni yokufuya izinkukhu eNingizimu Afrika yehluleka ukumelana nokuncintisana kwavalwa ezinye izimboni abasebenzi abaningi ikakhulukazi KwaZulu Natal kanye naseLimpopo kule mboni balahlekelwa imisebenzi. Angizukhuluma lutho ngemithelela yezempilo engemihle ngalesivumelwano kepha ngiphawula nje ngokulahleka kwemisebenzi okwenzekile nokuthi-ke lokho okusasele kuhlengwa kanjani ukuze kunqandeke ukulahleka kweminye imisebenzi. Impela iqembu lenkatha yenkululeko liyakugcizelela ukuthi udaba lwamaholo abasebenzi ezindaweni ezisemapulazini liyadingwa ukweluswa. Nakuba umnyango wezemisebenzi uyibeka imiqathango yamaholo okungafanele abasebenzi bahole ngaphansi kwawo. Kepha nokho kwezinye izindawo ikakhulukazi emapulazini le miyalelo kayilandelwa njengoba isuke ibekiwe. Ngakho-ke udaba labasebenzi abasebenza amahora eqile kunala avumelekile ngosuku kanye nemiholo ewubala kuloko okuvumelekile kuyinto ejwayelekile kwezinye izindawo ezisemapulazini. Ngiyathokoza sihlalo.
Yebo. Honorable Mlambo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Ministers, MECs, Honorable Members, and special delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, on the very same day, in 1950, the then whites-only Parliament of South Africa passed the Group Areas Act, Act 41 of 1950, to complete the policy of racial segregation by removing colored and Indian people from so-called white areas. Umlando, we need not to forget about that. That's where we come from. This series started with the Native Land Act of 1913, which apportioned 8% of the land area of South Africa as reserves for the Africans and excluded them from the rest of the country, which was made available to the white minority population. The promulgation of the native land made the then Secretary General of the South African Native National Congress, as the ANC was known then, Sol Plaatje, to write, and I quote, "Awaking on Friday morning, June 20, 1913, the South African native found himself not actually a slave, but a pariah in the land of his birth." Honorable Mkona, close quote. Not opportunistic. The Native Land Act, followed by the Native Development and Trust Land Act 18 of 1936, which increased land available for use by Africans by 5%, bringing the total to 13% of the total area of South Africa. Although much of the land remained in the ownership of the state through the South African Development Trust, supposedly held in trust for the African people. Thus, 80% of the population was confined to 13% of the land, while less than 20% owned over 80% of the land. The purpose of all this racial segregation was the first, the obvious one, of making more land available to white farmers. The second was to impoverish black people through dispossession and prohibition of forms of farming arrangement that permitted some self-sufficiency. This meant they depended on employment for survival, thus creating a pool of cheap labor for white farms and mines. The third was the enforcement of the policy of racial segregation. Bab Koboshian, we are spot on. Motivating for the urgent passing of the bill on the 13th of June 1950, the Minister of Lands, Hans Strydom, had this to say, and I quote, "If we do not do as quickly as possible, the white race will not be able to maintain itself as a white race, and the eventual result will be a bastard race. And if our white nation does not preserve its color sense, nothing on earth can prevent our nation from bastardizing," close quote. As I said, the bill was passed, and it also granted the Minister of Interior a mandate to forcefully remove 9 whites from valuable pieces of land so they could become white settlements. What followed, therefore, was a nightmare for our people. The general black population of South Africa, with forced removals, I just want to make some few examples of how our people in various areas were removed. a rich, closely knit Indian community that used to live in an area called the Magazine. Barracks close to the Durban CBD was removed under the Act to Chatsworth, many kilometers away from their place of work. It's a pity Honorable Chet is not around. A community that comprises of 3,500 so-called colored and 50 Indian families was removed from an area called De Vlakte with the town of Stellenbosch. African, Indian, so-called colored, and Chinese people were removed from Sophia Town, Ekofifi. There was also the District 6 removals in Cape Town. Like the removals of Sophia Town, the District 6 removals, which affected colored, Cape Malay, Indian, and African alike, gained wide notoriety. This apportionment of the land remained until the end of apartheid and remains virtually unchanged to date. This is confirmed by the latest statistics and land audits, Honorable Minister. The Constitutional Court, in the recent judgment in the case of Daniel versus Scribante, also had this view. This, Honorable Minister, must be a serious indictment on the part of our government as the African National Congress. At least we are able to critique each other as the ANC. More so because since 1994, land restitution and redistribution has been a key central government program. As from 1994, the government has pumped more than 60 billion in land reform projects, but despite these investments, the land reform program has not yet yielded desired results. But we don't need opportunists to come and grandstand. We are aware of what we are doing as the African National Congress. The majority of our people still do not have land for economic and social reasons, especially those in rural areas. This is so despite the National Development Plan explicit provision that rural communities require great social, economic, and political opportunities to overcome poverty. We have recently witnessed protests in places such as in Gauteng, El Dorado Park, Inadale, and Klipspruit West. And those protesters were clear that they were not only protesting for RTP houses, but also for the land where they can build their own houses. Here in Cape Town, a group of Kaelisha backyarders orchestrated a large land occupation in Cape Town about 5 weeks ago, fighting for land to build houses. The backyarders say they are tired of renting and living with their parents, while a large piece of land has been empty for years. One serious challenge that we seem to be having is lack of coordination and coherence of various structures that we have put in place. Despite this, we seem to want to continue with more structures, and we need to limit that. For example, on the land reform front, aside from the proposed land commission, there is a planned community property association, the CPA, registrar, and steps to strengthen communal-owned property governance under the draft CPA amendment bill. The restitution process is also marred in backlogs and lack of resources, as well as challenges of coordination with other departments such as agriculture, environmental affairs, and water and sanitation. It is unclear how these various structures created for land reform and restitution will talk to each other. We need to look into that as we go to our policy conference as the African National Congress, so that these structures must be able to ultimately relate to the deeds office, so that records are recorded properly, Honorable Minister. All these are some of the reasons why we are not implementing properly the National Development Plan. However, the main reason is no doubt the budget. The current budget for land reform of 0.4% of the national total is clearly not enough to make land purchase affordable. It needs to be increased about 2%, then land purchase will be eminently affordable. There is as such a need for a change of tact. President Zuma, in his response to the National House of Traditional Leaders debate, stated that the goal of radical social economic transformation in relation to land reform meant an audit of pre-colonial land ownership, after which a single law should be developed to address the issue of land restitution without compensation. He, however, stressed that this would be done within the prescripts of the law and the Constitution, like Honorable Kaula has alluded. I could not agree with President Zuma more. We need this law as in yesterday. Another possible solution could be the one proposed in recent roundtable on land reform by policymakers, administrators, traditional leaders, communal property institution leaders, activists, business people, academics, and consultants, where the participants were anonymous, that we need an inclusive approach to land reform with a pro-poor orientation. This will require policymakers create an enabling environment in which a wide range of actors can contribute to land reform. This means there must be a collaborative approach entailing hard talk and compromises by all stakeholders, including government, farmers, land reform beneficiaries, civil society organizations, and financing. However, we must be careful of negotiating forever. The issue of land is now a ticking bomb, and we don't have luxury of time. The growing inequality gap between the rich and the poor necessitates that we act fast. The late Comrade Oliver Reginald Tambo, whose centenary birthday we are celebrating this year, had this to say about perpetual negotiations. I quote, "How do you deal with a criminal that will not listen to what you have to say and who continues his policies of violence? Some say you continue to talk and let him tire himself out. But nearly 40 years after the institution of apartheid, is there anyone who still believes that verbal persuasions will work?" I close quote. So when those who are negotiating with in terms of the land, they don't listen, the government of the day, the African National Congress, will act. So when negotiating, we must also be aware of those people who will deliberately frustrate our efforts of reversing this apartheid legacy for their narrow, selfish interest. Theirs is to continue with the legacy so that our people will forever live in poverty. We hope and believe that this budget, though insufficient, will contribute in ensuring that our people get their land and thus their dignity back. As the African National Congress, we support this budget vote. But before I sit down, Honorable Minister, please don't forget the people of Guanobamba about their land claim that I spoke about in the select committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Mokaba Pukwan, MEC, Limpopo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I just saw a picture of Pete Kakemure I don't know if Limpopo really defends Kabatu. So I just want to apologize to the people of South Africa who are watching this program, because it's very serious that it was just an advert of Mickey Mouse and dinosaurs. In his speech to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa in Lusaka, April 21st, 1979, one of the most outstanding sons of the soil, Kaizana Oliver Regional Tambo, narrated about a vision of a future in which we shall no longer experience the hunting spectacle of a child digging through refuse heaps, searching for rotten pieces of food. This can only be achieved through expanding irrigated agriculture as well as integrated rural and commercial farming. There is evidence, for example, that 1.5 million hectares under irrigation can be expanded by at least 500,000 hectares through more efficient use of existing water resources and the development of new water schemes. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, fellow MECs present here, members of the National Council of Provinces, distinguished guests, fellow South African, good afternoon. We are persuaded by research and the NDP that agriculture is the primary economic activity in rural areas with potential to create close to 1 million new jobs by 2030. Furthermore, the NDP stated that we can bring land in the communal area into commercial production. We also need to develop strategies to support new farmers and link them with the markets. To make the most of these opportunities, we need an integrated approach of farming. We need interdepartmental cooperation in order to maximize our available resources, especially to expand our water resources and irrigation infrastructure. We also need to invest in market linkages, such as road and rail infrastructure, cold chain facility, and market formation system. Critically, we need to find ways of providing tenure security for communal farmers and investigate better ways of financing land reform so that new farmers do not become settled with debt. The plan proposes a district-based approach to land reform and financing. It proposes that each district should establish a district land reform committee where all stakeholders share information. Honorable Chairperson, this is the year of O.R. Tambo and the Youth Month. We therefore dare not refer from his work with doubt and fear for rattling the feathers. Addressing the international conference in Harare in 1987 on the topic, Children Repression and the Law in Apartheid South Africa, O.R. deliberately quoted an Afrikaner poet, Ingrid Jonker, who committed suicide at the young age of 32. She took her life after being overwhelmed by the depression of the unbearable condition of the apartheid regime. May her soul rest in peace. This illustrates the non-racial passion, strength, and foresight of O.R. His embodiment ought to baptize us more than ever. As we take a leap in his great conviction, we are in this year of unity in action. As he would normally preach, we must take the bull by its horns. This we do in an effort to radically transform the economy of our beloved country. This we must do for the children and youth of this land to ultimately enjoy their rightful position amongst nations of the world. Based on this hypothesis, you will agree that the central theme for the Operation Pakisa, as cited by the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries in his budget speech, is not accidental. We are more and better ready to transforming the agricultural sector towards an inclusive rural economy. That we must do through a deliberate empowerment of the previously disadvantaged farmers, the youth, women, and people living with disabilities. That could only happen when our commercial farmer, who unfortunately the majority happen to be white, join us as government in this transformation trajectory. That is one way we can positively impact on the condition of our rural communities by generating and growing the economy in those areas. That will contribute toward managing urban sprawl that leads to overcrowding and centralized unemployment and crime. However, well-crafted our policies, we cannot deliver unless we integrate our societies around patriotism and working towards a common purpose. The approach will not only improve our rural community livelihood, but their health status as well. That is guaranteed as well be producing and consuming fresh produce from our countryside. We are indeed actualizing agriculture as one of the critical sectors that can serve as a catalyst for radical socio-economic transformation. Agriculture can create and ensure food security for all. We need to decisively unlock challenges of previously disadvantaged farmers in rural areas by speeding up the development of agri-park. The revitalization of the agriculture and agro-processing value chain remains one of our key plans towards economic growth and job creation. The successful hosting of National Food and Nutrition Security Indaba by our National Department of Monitoring and Evaluation in January 2017 was a great collaboration milestone. The conference highlighted the negative impact of this integrated approach towards development. At the level of provinces, we ought to ensure that land reform and agriculture are harmonized as the latter depend highly on the former. Prime agriculture land must be protected under the land reform policies to ensure sustainability and the much needed food security and employment. We need to synchronize our priority between hunger and shelter. The finalization of the National Comprehensive Producer Development Support Policy is expected to be a benchmarking tool at the level of provinces. The implementation should also highlight the imperative of regional agricultural competitive advantages. This should spark the appetite for provinces to focus on their comparative advantage and maximize their ability commercial reasons. Regions could then start trading between themselves and augment their capabilities. That, honorable members, could only be realized if we work together and improve on our research and development, cooperate with our academic institution and professionals in the field. We need the support from government, private and non-governmental agencies. In Limpopo, we have recently received our farmer support policy to comprehensively provide the required support. The exercise will leverage an all-encompassing aid to a farmer in order to fast-track commercialization. We have recently in our province made a call to farmers to register with the department in order to update our database for improved support. Our announcement coincides with the Youth Month in order to attract the youth into agriculture. Our first intake batch and support is especially aimed at encouraging young farmers to grab this opportunity. Most of our youth are often characterized as pursuing quick fix strategies. The youth is known for being impatient and reluctant to be involved in the agricultural sector that required patient commitment and hard work. Honorable Chairperson, we must always discourage shortcuts in our daily activities, particularly as agricultural operatives. We must therefore widen incentive scheme to attract the youth to this all-important lifeline sector. As we commemorate the 41st year of youth uprising since 1976, we welcome the aggressive youth engagement effort by the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. We must spare no effort in encouraging our children to get their hands dirty and realize the importance and wealth of the sector. As a province, our efforts are focused at the empowerment of the youth through training, farmer support, and incentivized program. One such project is the Young Farmer Award event that is taking place towards month end. We have gone back to basics by revitalizing the school gardening program as a way of fostering the passion and love for agriculture at a young age. The young is our future. We need to involve them in our mainstream economic activities through support and development. We need to secure their young imagination and channel them towards agriculture productivity. In this case, I prelude that the agrarian revolution belongs to the youth. We must integrate the youth in every agricultural initiatives. We must teach them young. We should rise above the dictate that the struggle is between the new that is struggling to be born against the old that is refusing to die.
Can you sum up?
We must revert the crisis point out by Antonio Cramsey in his note from prison when he stated that the old is dying while the new is not yet born. It's just unfortunately, I cannot continue. Thank you very much. Let me thank everyone and again to Honorable Smith through you, Chairperson, that I think it will be good if the Minister will take this matter seriously and investigate. Should we find that this is just an allegation, bring the men to me. I'll sort him out.
No, thank you very much. I must apologize. I tried, MEC, to be flexible. But when I looked at your speech, I realized that you will need another 10 minutes to conclude. But it's fine. Or you didn't get me? Okay. What's the point, Honorable Smith?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. I believe it's a threat that's been thrown to my side by the MEC.
I won't really regard it as a threat, but a suggestion on how to deal with the matter that has been brought before the House. So I won't take that as a point of order. Okay. Honourable Kaila?
Honorable Chairperson, the United Democratic Movement supports Budget 24 and Budget 39. However, with regard to the Department of Agriculture and Forestry, the mere allocation of 975 million to the Agricultural Research Council is far from being sufficient. Moreover, if things go according to plan, Ngecha Farms in the Eastern Cape is due to be taken over by ARC during the course of the current financial year. Therefore, more financial support is required. There is a need to consider the budget allocation to Ondersport biological product as the infrastructure there is decaying. The department must move with speed in ensuring that targets are aligned with performance indicators. This department need to work very closely with the Department of Land Affairs so that those who have ideas on the use of land to produce food are able to be assisted to access land and realize their ideas. South Africa with bright ideas on usage of land must be helped to access and work the land. Honorable Chairperson, the worrying fact is stock theft is at a very high rate. Last month in Klongaha, 260 sheep were stolen, 144 were from a widow. This needs to be addressed. The fishery sector faces an ongoing strife. It has no transformative charter. As a result, there are no clear policy guidelines on the allocation of fishing rights, yet the stocks of the sea are declining. Something urgent has to be done. The Department of Rural Development and Land Affairs, we wish to suggest that the monitoring of progress with regard to AgriPass must be conducted so that its initiative can be able to realize its good intention. The UDM also appeals that the process of financing outstanding internal disciplinary cases should be expedited. We need stability in the administration of this department because deals with very emotional issues that affect the lives of our people, in particular the peasantry and rural areas. Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Rural Development, in 2012, you sent the former Deputy Minister of Rural Development, Honorable Ngesi, to Highbury Farms. An agreement was then reached there that the 54 claimants will be paid. Up to date, nothing has been done. Worst of all, Honorable Minister, is that most of that land their land is taken by people and they are selling it at a high price. I've been at your Department of Land Claims in Umtata, whereby the leader there showed me court orders which are not being implemented. Worst of all, while they have court orders on this lands, illegal land sale, of which the money does neither go to the government fiscus, neither to the traditional leaders. Agriculture on one side is demarcating land. There's a court order this side. On one side, national agriculture is demarcating land. So this needs to be addressed. We therefore suggest that a political decision needs to be taken here, whereby rural development, agriculture, and the police sector meet so that an elite unit investigates where these monies go to. Chairperson, in Kazati, Honorable One, we were sober when we went into that collision. We knew what that collision is about. It's about South Africans. Worst of all, you cannot tell me about Inkazat. Who are you to tell us about Inkazat? When you went into Inkazat with the National Party, that is why we're in this mess up, is because of the Inkazat you had with the National Party. That is why our people don't have land, it's because of the Inkazat with the National Party. That is why we don't control the economy of this country, it's because of the Inkazat with the National Party. You cannot tell us about Inkazat. Okwesibini, Mtungu, I respect you, yeah, Londole, but nyabandi kuphendula. Indawo yokuqala la ndiqhubeka phaya Nelson Mandela, the leadership collective is handling that. It's under control. But andinokwazi usixelela ngalaa nto leyana. Benengxaki apha eBuffalo City. Ii-councillor zenu zivota against your own mayor, your own councillor voting with the opposition. Emnquma, you had a problem again where ii-councillor zenu bezilwa zodwa. Okokugqibela ebalulekileyo, ii-councillors ze-opposition in KSD municipality, they were requesting a report ngemali yesifihlo sikaTata uMandela eyatyiwayo. That report is not forthcoming. So address your problems within the ANC. Where's Tata Umthetho apho kweNatal? Ii-councillors zakho ziyabulalana phayana. Asikabulalani thina. We sober kwezi nkazathi zethu asinangxaki. Inkosi.
Stand. Okay. Hey, honorable members, order.
Sit down, Julius. Why are you standing?
Honorable Julius, can you take your seat? Honorable Julius, can you take your seat?
Go take your seat.
Can you take your seat?
Where?
Thank you very much. Can you now continue the debate, Honorable Julius?
Deputy Chair, thank you. Honorable members, ministers in the House, South Africans at large. You know, in order to ensure that these budgets are not used to further advance the practices of corruption, maladministration, project failures, preferential treatment, and other actions that hamper the priorities of these departments, we need to ensure that these practices are stopped once and for all. Chairperson, today we have the Departments of Rural Development and Land Reform with the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries in one room and in one debate. I think the two ministers missed an opportunity to deal with the challenges impacting on one another's departments. And I agree with Honorable Smith. I was in the meeting. During the budget vote presentations to the Select Committee, the ministers revealed that the reason for some major failures could be blamed on the other department not working together. Now allow me to challenge both departments to confront each other here on the frustrations that you face with each other's departments. Let me make an example. The failed land reform projects where there were once lucrative farms are now lying dormant. The one department blames the other. You now have an opportunity to set the record straight. Sort it out with yourself, ministers. There are problems. Maybe it's a bloated cabinet, I don't know. Policy uncertainty, or in this case, drunk policy utterances, Honorable Mlambo, are mainly blamed for slow progress over the years and will certainly impact badly on further transformation efforts. Earlier this year, President Zuma suggested that land should be expropriated without compensation. This in effect means that Section 25 of the Constitution must be changed. The ANC policy document, on the other hand, suggests that you do away with paying premier prices and instead pay just and equitable compensation. Ministers, can you please clear the air in terms of your land reform policy? Do you agree with President Jacob Zuma's views or not? If you do not agree, are you willing to go on record here to say that the president make reckless statements that are not in line with ANC policies, because policies impact on your delivery? Minister Nkwinti, the Bekenfley farm is still a problem to me. You introduce your friends from Luthuli House to the officials in your department. I'm saying your friends because they were in Luthuli House, you knew them from the person from there, and you were a guest speaker at the wedding, so you have to know them. Forget about the grave corruption allegations. Forget about the fact that they later changed their tune and they actually made allegations against you. The point what I'm getting at is, why could we not give the opportunity to the people that worked on the farm for 20 years to own the farm? They have years of experience and it is their livelihood, unlike your friends who did not have any experience in farming. How do we determine who will benefit from land reform? The politically connected or the poor people of South Africa? Rural people are sold out in favor of your friends in the ANC. Honorable Nita, you would agree with me, this is not transformation. This is radical cadre transformation. The ANC first and the people of South Africa last. Now, land claim remain a challenge, Minister Nkwinti. Do you know that the Opperman grounds in Koffiefontein is still not resolved?
Honorable Julius,
for over 10 years.
Honorable Julius, can you take a seat? Yes, Honorable Member.
Member can take a question.
Honorable Julius, are you prepared to take a question?
Sorry.
No, he's not prepared.
I don't agree with the statement of the member here that the honorable member is an elder. Can you please call him to order? It's an elder, I must take the question. That's out of order.
No, Honorable Julius, I put the question to you, whether if you are prepared to take a question.
And I
said no.
Mm.
Do you want to take it? And I responded to the member that you are not prepared to take the question. So any other comment, I don't know about it. I didn't hear it. It's off the record. Order, Honorable Member. Can you continue?
Yeah, land claims remain a challenge, Mr. Nkwinti. The Opperman grounds in Koffiefontein is still not resolved. For over 10 years, the department is dragging its feet and subsequently failing the poorest of the poor. Can you please commit to look into this matter, because these people are now, they are a bit edgy, and they actually confronted me last week about this. But Honorable Koboshiane, the people of Nelson Mandela Bay are happy. They are happy. The ANC must get over it. You lost the municipality. Get over it and move on with your lives. Get your party in order and fight elections. You lost. The people rejected the ANC in Nelson Mandela Bay. Get over it. Get over it once and for all. And yes, Honorable Koboshiane, you mentioned a few successes in the Eastern Cape. I'm happy. I see he's gone now, Minister. But however, he failed to mention the following, where the DA had to go and look what's happening in the Eastern Cape. The Makwa and Majola tea plantations, where 200 million was pumped into that project. No harvesting took place by 2015, and workers have not been paid for up to 13 months. Further, the Nkora irrigation scheme, no maintenance of irrigation canals done for years in that one. The Fort Cox Agricultural College, it is in an appalling condition, and you didn't even mention it. That farm was neglected for years. We know about you in the Eastern Cape. Don't come and boast here and say what you are doing and all that. Reveal what you are doing. And then, Minister, there's also the one in Gauteng, where the Gauteng department bought a farm for 11 million rand, the West Rand Agricultural School. There's nothing happening there. It's also in an appalling state. Nothing is happening. How do we expect to transform agriculture in this country if we close these agricultural schools? It will now cost over 100 million rand to restore it to its own value.
Your time is expired.
And I think we should do something about it, Minister. I thank you.
Honorable Squatcher.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Ministers, Deputy Minister, MECs present, and all members and guests present here. Good evening during this lively debate. This debate takes place just a few days before we commemorate the 41st anniversary of June 16. We really today should salute those that laid down their lives in June 16 to make sure that we are able to be here today and speak freely. This is also the month when that noble document was adopted, the Freedom Charter, whose DNA is found today in the South African Constitution. The RDP document explained, Honorable Chair, when it said, and I quote, the land reform program, as part of a comprehensive rural development program, must encourage the use of land for agricultural, other productive or residential purposes. It further asserts that a national land reform program is the central and driving force of a program of rural development. As we try to reverse the effects of nearly 350 years of colonial conquest, were guided by these policy documents. We're addressing the injustices of forced removals and the historical denial of access to land through restitution. We're ensuring that security of tenure for rural people, farm dwellers, and Tranca communities. We are rekindling the emergence of the black farmer who must play a meaningful role in the agro-processing value chain. We are addressing the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Honorable Chair, the last time we were in this August House, we were talking of piloting district land reform committees. We can happily report today that these land reform committees have been successfully launched in all our districts, in 44 districts. Application for acquisition and allocation of land to potential beneficiaries go through these committees. They have a subcommittee known as the Beneficiary Selection Committee, which screens and interviews applicants for farms. Their input and that of the provincial structure informs the decision that is taken through UNLAC. We have initiated one household, 1 hectare land reform program targeting state-owned farms and communal land to create rural smallholder producers at household level to ensure food security, reduce poverty, develop skills, and support the AgriPark program. The department has approved 158 sites benefiting 5,734 households across the country. 6 of these sites were launched by the minister, benefiting close to 700 households at a value of 30.4 million. These are in Mantusini, Gora, Krugersport farms situated in OR Tambo and Sarabadman districts respectively. Westwood Farm at Umgungundlovu district, Kwamashabalane and Libaba CPA farms in Mkondo district. In Limpopo, we are implementing this program in 19 sites, in 19 sites situated in Vembe, Capricorn, Mupani, Sekukune, and Waterberg districts. On strengthening the relative rights of people working the land, we have received over 100 applications under this program, and 14 of these were approved in the last financial year. Thus far, we have invested close to 700,000, benefiting 4,450 beneficiaries. These are some of the projects that have been approved. In the Free State, Oatlands, Diamond and Kalkpet farms, Eastern Cape, Beberry and Kleinmond and River farms, KZN, Parkfontein and Houghton farms, Limpopo, Duckbeak Farm, Northwest, Starways, Western Cape, Soms Delta. On the recapitalization and development program, there are 1,496 under this program since 2009 and amounting to an investment of 4 billion. This has helped to create more than 7,000 jobs in the agricultural sector. These projects are divided as follows: Eastern Cape 196, Free State 182, Gauteng 117, KwaZulu-Natal 218, Limpopo 206, Mpumalanga 209, Northern Cape 83, Northwest 216, Western Cape 69. The minister has indicated that this function will now move, as we all know, to the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. On the restitution, the Commission has exceeded most of its annual performance targets. For example, the APP target was 454 and the actual claims that were settled was 672. The provincial breakdown is as follows. In Limpopo, 127, Western Cape 159, Gauteng 78, Free State 84, KZN 81, Eastern Cape 63, Mpumalanga 30, Northwest 25, and Northern Cape 25 too. Some of the successful restitution projects, Ravele in Limpopo, Kanini in KZN, and Matsafeni in Mpumalanga, are indeed making South Africans proud and serve as an inspiration to other similar projects. Recently, also learned of the success story of the Malubwane CPA outside Makado in Limpopo, who ran a thriving game farming and game breeding enterprise after their land was returned to them in 2008. On communal property institutions, land redistribution programs meant that groups of persons now control land on a communal basis. These enormous resources at their disposal sometimes cause conflict that at times involves courts having to adjudicate such disputes. This necessitated the passing of the CPA Act in 1996. The Act is currently being amended, as we all know. The Land Rights Management Facility, established in 1998, it is meant to give legal support to people being evicted illegally or threatened with evictions on farms. A state-funded panel of land rights lawyers and mediators are available to provide access to justice to indigent people in rural farming areas. The breakdown of the 156 eviction cases dealt with in the last financial year as follows: Eastern Cape 5, Free State 13, and Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal 28, Limpopo 2, Mpumalanga 22, Northern Cape 0, Northwest 7, Western Cape a huge 66 evictions in Africa and in other international forums. The Spatial Data Infrastructure Act will regulate the sharing of key geospatial data amongst organs of state. The Office of the Valuer General assists the different branches in the department as they implement their programs through systems put in place. Rural development. Honorable Chair, in the last financial year, the department has implemented 179 animal and field management, 7 river valley catalog, 69 socio-economic and 53 agri-parks related infrastructure projects. The implementation of these infrastructure programs has had significant impact in our rural communities, thus creating 1,574 jobs. On agri-parks, honorable members, one of the key initiatives announced in the 2015 State of the Nation address was the agri-park program. We can be pleased to announce that significant progress has been made to date. The agri-parks program seeks to improve production by smallholder farmers, improved access to markets and engagement in the agricultural value chain. 3 agri-hubs are already operational in Ngocha, Springbok Pan, and Western area. In Butterworth, an abattoir is under construction. Farmers in the surrounding areas are being mobilized to supply red meat to the abattoir. In Tabanchu, the abattoir has been upgraded. The access road has been re-gravelled and the boundary fencing has been completed. The Springbok agri-hubs in the Harib district is being developed, and the fencing and water connections have been completed. The Honorable President recently visited the Western area agri-park. This facility includes state-of-the-art vertical hydroponic tunnels, as well as a pack house and training facility, amongst other supporting infrastructure. In Bushbuck Ridge, a pack house and cold storage facility will become fully operational in this financial year. In Dr. J.S. Moroka municipality within the Ngangala district, a fresh produce market is complete and the facility will become fully operational in this financial year. 1,150 farmers will supply produce to the fresh produce market. Yes, clap hands. In the Capricorn Agri-Hub, the provincial government has completed the Ralijena pack house and dryer for a black farmer. This processing and packaging facility sees the establishment of one of our first black industrialists as a result of the agri-parks program. The Nonedi pack house is under construction, and on completion in the current financial year, it will provide support to 150 farms. In the last financial year, the department implemented 7 River Valley catalytic projects to revitalize 4 irrigation schemes on 2,000 hectares in KwaZulu-Natal and Mpumalanga. These include Ndumo, Mthandeni, Buffelsspruit, Matateni, and Fig Tree schemes. To support the revitalization of rural towns and villages, the department in the last financial year completed in the Western Cape the upgrading of gravel roads, walkways, and construction of a stormwater systems in Kasispai. In this financial year, 30 socio-economic infrastructure projects will be completed at an investment of 252 million, which will result in creation of more than 2,000 jobs. Skills development is an important component of radical socio-economic transformation, and to this end, we will skill more than 1,400 rural people as part of the Rural Disaster Mitigation Program. The Cooperation Financial Institution, in May 2016, Arts and Craft Co-operative successfully registered a cooperative financial institution, namely Mzansi Rural Art and Craft CFI, which is a deposit-taking financial institution owned and controlled by its members. The members have demonstrated commitment by depositing savings on a monthly basis and have paid 50,000 for participation in the banking platform. The CFI will continue to increase its membership to ensure sustainability. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, we are forging ahead to the implementation of the National Development Plan. We are busy with institutional transformation. As I sit down, I just want to say that the concern we have about Nelson Mandela Bay is the fact that there's nothing happening, people are fighting there. And lastly, Honorable Chair, I was very concerned when Madlomo asked whether it is parliamentary to use the word balls. I was just wondering what if Xhosa was used? What would the person be saying? I am now going to sit down. I just want to say that the EFF.
Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, can you just take a seat? Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chairperson, ke kopa hore o nkitsisetse Honorable Minister gore ke nyetswe ko Maxhoseng, a ka na nzama ka Sexhosa. Ke a se itse.
No, that's not a point of order.
The honorable member of the EFF correctly narrated the history of colonialism.
Order.
Just wanted to remind her that she is exactly responsible for the mess we find ourselves in Nelson Mandela. She voted there for the DA to win that particular municipality together with it. And lastly, Honorable Minister Nkwinti and Honorable Minister Zogwana, as people who fought for freedom, I just want to remind you, the security police would detain both of you and put you in different cells. They would go to that cell and say, Honorable Nkwinti, Mr. Zogwana says this about you. And they will go to the other one and say, Honorable Zogwana, Mr. Nkwinti says this about you. Old tricks refuse to die. Cease, Honorable Smith, cease.
Honorable Shongwe, order. Order, MEC Shongwe, to continue with the debate. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister Nkwinti, and Honorable Minister Zogwana, Deputy Ministers, Babu Skwacha, and Deputy Minister Babu Tele, honorable members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, and all protocol observed. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate the privilege to participate in this debate on the two very important departments that are fundamental and central in fight against the three stubborn triple challenges in South Africa, which are unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Our ability to implement government policies, and particularly accelerating implementation on core mandates of the two departments, is a precondition for a successful battle to conquer the social challenges facing the majority of our people, particularly the previously disadvantaged ones. As provinces, we work tirelessly to support the efforts that the National Department does by putting in place tangible programs and actions plans that work toward achievement of our goals. This we do to complement and deepen government efforts to liberate our people from all forms of the negative colonial legacy. As part of ensuring that we oil our machinery and also to strengthen the efforts to put in by the department, that is put in by the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, as well as the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. In Mpumalanga, we conducted a provincial land indaba to discuss pertinent policies and issues affecting land reform program. We co-hosted the indaba with the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, which was attended by about 1,000 stakeholders. During our engagement at that indaba, we noted that despite the intervention and progress made on the land reform program, there are still more serious challenges facing beneficiaries, contributing immensely to the going down of some of these farms. The indaba was attended by about 1,000 stakeholders, as I've mentioned, representing farm dwellers and vulnerable farm workers, representatives of CPA and trust, traditional leaders, youth and women in farming, organized agriculture, NGOs, and commercial farmers. However, at the end of Indaba, there was a consensus among the stakeholders that the land question is an emotional one. and it cannot be addressed and be finalized in only 2 days. As part of intensifying building on the base we have laid, we will share the resolution taking it in Indaba with all the relevant departments affected and other government agencies as well as commercial farmers for their implementation. Deputy Speaker, I just want to remind the House today here, just to take you back a bit. You see, Umhlonishwa from Eastern Cape, ukhuluma nge-issue yase Nelson Mandela and the challenges that our people are facing there. Me, I am from Mpumalanga. I'm not staying in Eastern Cape. But I can tell you right now here, with the experience of a black person who is staying in Pretoria, 306 Sadi Street, Linwood Park, in the east part of Pretoria. That person uhleli ngaphandle kwe-electricity for the past 4 days. And he reported this case to the government, DA. And he was from time to time updated. Ukuthi they have received his complaint, they're going to attend it. For the past 4 days, they've not attended to that particular challenge. And that particular person ended up hiring a private company to go and fix that particular challenge. So people to come and say here, ukuthi umhlonishwa uQoboshiane from Eastern Cape is lying. It is not true. The government of the DA does not care about a black person. They don't care about the black person. And I'm saying this thing. I'm saying this thing because in Linwood Park, kuhlala mainly white people. And that particular black person is only one. The only person on electricity is that only person. And you want to tell me what you do care about people? And people are paying dearly. People are paying dearly for voting for this particular party. Oh, no.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Point of order. The Honourable Member is misleading this House. Can I be protected, please?
No, Honourable Member.
It's a point of order.
Yes.
The reason why there's no electricity is because the cables have been stolen. 20 million rands of cables are being stolen in Pretoria on a weekly basis. So he mustn't come and lie and say it's because he's a black person. It's got nothing to do with skin color. Absolutely.
Can you keep quiet, ma'am? Can you keep quiet? Can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? Honorable, no. Honorable member, can you take your seat? No, I'm not going to allow you to speak. I am not going to allow you. I'm not going to allow you. Yes, I'm not going to allow you. Can you take your seat? Honorable member, can you take your seat? You are being disruptive. You are being disruptive. You are being disruptive. Honorable members, I think this thing we must address so that it doesn't repeat itself. You can heckle, but you don't have to debate with a member who's at the podium, especially if your party had participated in the debate. So let us not do that. Let us not do that. And I'm calling you to order, but you continue doing that. That should be for the last time now. Can you continue, Honorable Member? Honorable Koni?
Chairperson, you'll be the second presiding officer today that I will be calling to order about the conduct of the DA in this house, and you don't chase them out of the house. But let me tell you, if it was the EFF, you would have long chased me out of the house.
Honorable Koni?
This thing, Chairperson, please.
Can you take your seat, Honorable Koni?
Consistency.
All right.
Chairperson, we must be told if these bouncers are only for the EFF. We must be told.
Can you take your seat, Honorable Member? I've made a ruling on the matter. I've made a ruling on the matter. Can you continue the debate, Honorable?
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Deputy Speaker. Deputy Chairperson. Ngifuna ukubuyela ngisho ukuthi lento engishoko ngifuna ibe clear and loud. Ukuthi leya gesi lapha la uhambe khona. It's not about the infrastructure ukuthi indala or kutshontshwe i-cable. The only thing lo gesi uhambe endlini yomuntu omnyama kuphela. Bomakhelwane bamhlophe igesi ayihambanga khona. You are spot on, MEC from Eastern Cape. This is what our people will always pay for voting this particular party, which is very cruel towards our people. Honorable Deputy Chair, in order to transform the agricultural sector, the province of Mpumalanga designed and deliberately put in place mechanism to introduce youth into farming as an economic activity through the Fortune 40 Young Farmer Incubation Program, which was officially launched in September 2015. Already in the past year, the department was able to support 15 projects with infrastructure, while 7 of these are already in production and are doing very well. These farms are run by young people and we are very pleased with the commitment and progress they are making. Through Fortune 40, our aim is to draw young people into farming, thereby creating jobs in the process and ensuring that land which was lying fallow for years is brought back to production. In the process, we end on the triple challenges. Honorable Deputy Chair, we have just returned from a very successful outbound mission to Serbia and Egypt to see a tractor assembly plant and maintenance scheme that we are working towards establishing in Mpumalanga. The tractors in question are much more different from the ones that we know. They are of a better quality, stronger, reliable, and effectively conducive for the South African soil surface and terrain which includes hard land. This initiative will only create job opportunities, but will also bring great improvements to the development of our growing agricultural economy. 2 operational sites have already been identified for these developments at Enkandastria in Kangala and Secunda in Gersbande of Mpumalanga province, respectively. As part of ensuring that the land under the control of Amakosi is used productively and effectively to contribute food security efforts, we have developed a new program to intervene in that space for the benefit of their subjects. As a department, we will identify a few of Amakosi who have land that is underutilized, interact with them and enter into an agreement to make sure that the land becomes productive. To support land reform beneficiaries, we provide them with technical and infrastructure support, which includes subsistence food producers, smallholder farmers and cooperatives and the Fortune 40 program. To emphasize the tilling of the land, we mobilize our farmers through a slogan called Pezgomkono Mlimi. Uma sithi Pezgomkono Mlimi sisho ukuthi all the time we have been saying asibuyele emasimini. Now to practicalize that particular concept, we're saying pesgom konomlimi, meaning let's do it practically now. Deputy Chair, I must mention that during 2016-2017 financial year, 1,033 smallholder producers were supported, with 203 farm assessment completed. We further compiled 157 project performances, which are in the process to realize the creation of 195 jobs through land reform. There's also 32 young agricultural graduates that we placed on land reform farms across the province. We also had 12 commodity-based mentorship initiatives implemented and maintained. We included vegetables, sugarcane, citrus, livestock, grains, mushrooms, soya beans, and dry beans, as well as poultry.
Can you summarize, Mr. Shongo?
Oh, thank you very much. We are also engaged in a program of nutrition where we supply schools and create a market for our small farmers. We are dealing with agri-parks. We have 3, one in Dr. J.S. Moroka, one in Mkondo, and one in Hertzbande. We're also reopening the Marapiane Agricultural College so that we empower our young farmers and
Yes, on
old
the point.
farmers.
Can I just take the point?
Chairperson, sorry for the speaker that's actually concluding, Chairperson, but I think you must treat us all fair. When I was on the podium, you just said your time is up, stop. And it happened with all other speakers. But with ANC speakers, I noticed the whole day that you give them time to conclude, time to conclude. I mean, it's unfair.
Okay. Thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. Can you conclude, Honorable Minister? MEC?
No, thank you very much. We're also boasting of a soil testing laboratory in the province of Mpumalanga where we are testing soil, where we have also scientists that are engaged in a number of aspects insofar as agriculture is concerned. I think Western Cape can learn a lot from us in Mpumalanga. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shafa?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Ministers, Honourable Members, fellow colleagues, good evening. The acquisition and use of land is both a pertinent and a painful topic of discussion in South African politics. The bitter legacy of apartheid is most visible in the clear spatial divisions in our country, which continues to separate race and in turn perpetuate racial oppression by cutting black South Africans off from land which they have always had a right to claim. The denial of land to the majority of South Africa's population is arguably the most important factor contributing to a lack of economic opportunity in our country. Where each and every one of our country's residents should be able to make use of the land equally, some remain excluded with no hope of change. Under the ANC, land reform has moved at a snail's pace, and hope of owning and making use of land among the majority of our citizens is fast dwindling. In addition to the failure to restore 20% of South Africa's land to black farmers by the year 2030, as outlined in the NDP, there is neither a database to track the number of land restitution cases carried out by the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, nor a contingency plan to ensure that farmers are skilled to make efficient use of the land upon acquisition. The communication and cooperation between the Departments of Agriculture and Rural Development and Land Reform have lapsed and failed over the past 20 years, resulting in a backlog of land restitution cases and a lack of skill and expertise necessary for efficient land exploitation. Quite simply, a process vital to reversing economic exclusion in South Africa has been overlooked by this national government. The ANC has not prioritized the physical embodiment of racial oppression in South Africa, the very reason why so many of our fellow citizens remain in poverty and economic turmoil. In stark contrast, the Western Cape's Land Reform Support Unit and reformed success is by making sure that beneficiaries can efficiently and successfully make use of the land as part of an ever-growing and inclusive Western Cape economy is happening. Where the national government has failed, the Western Cape is beginning to pave the way forward for equal access to land for all South Africans in line with the Democratic's policy on land reform. Although the mandate for land reform lies with the National Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, it is in the interest of the Western Cape that land reform farmers become a success, given its imperative, its constitutional imperative. It is exactly this appreciation that led the Western Cape to call the first ever Land Reform Summit, the purpose to bring together diverse stakeholders in the agriculture and agribusiness sector to discuss land reform models, their challenges on support services, and to make recommendations on models to be piloted in the province. Land reform should not be at the behest of food security and arable land. Land that can produce food must be given to real farmers who want to farm. And I would like to acknowledge Minister Sekwanda's remarks on this importance of food security and the protection of agricultural sector in South Africa. The Western Cape's commodity approach in the delivery of support systems of land reform farmers across the province is simply a partnership arrangement with the private sector aimed at ensuring access to mentorship and markets for land reform farmers through the existing commodity networks. A partnership of 120 hectares of fruit have been planted on land reform farms with the assistance of Hortgrow. In addition, over 293 land reform projects have received support from the department since 2009. To further accelerate the pace of transformation, our Land Reform Advisory Desk, situated at Casidra's head office, is there to assist landowners with land reform initiatives in this province. Chairperson, a great deal of farmers in the Western Cape want to participate in land reform. This desk gives them the private sector the opportunity to participate in transforming the agriculture sector of the Western Cape. But let me just take this opportunity to say this. Minister Nkwinti bandies words around like the the NDP in his speech, as if today he's using the process and using the guidelines in this NDP. However, in the next sentence, he bandies the words RET, radical economic transformation, as if they actually sit on the same momentum and the same continuum. Minister Nkwinti, they are opposites, polar opposites of each other. One is inclusive and the other is an elite exclusion and patriot system. So the main challenge with the current land reform strategy, the proactive land acquisition strategy called PLAS, is that it does not allow for outright land ownership by farmers, and this is specifically in contrast to what Minister Nkwinti made earlier this evening. The consequences of the PLAS approach is that black farmers are not able to access financing for farming as they lack the title deeds which can be used for security by financial institutions. It must be noted that African Farmers Association of South Africa, AFASA, has raised this challenge with Minister Nkwinti sometime last year when they marched to the union buildings. Further implications are that the same farmers are made to be dependent on the state for farming and can never be a sustainable option given the economic realities facing our country. There are currently over 40 PLAS properties that we are aware of in the Western Cape with no lease agreements. And yet the ANC bandies around transformation and redress. Minister Nkwinti, this in itself must be urgently addressed. I know that you and your department have largely ignored any calls to assist with this matter. You are failing the people of this province and you fail the people of this country. You clearly have no interest in returning land to the people who are entitled to it, and your governance is flip-flopping by saying one thing and doing another. According to the United Nations, agricultural production must increase by 60% to meet the demand of the 9 billion people who are expected to live on this earth by 2050. The Western Cape is poised to play a vital role in meeting this challenge. In the province, the gross value add of agriculture, an indicator of all the goods and services produced by this sector, amounts to 18.6 billion, with exports revenue generating 40 billion per annum and producing between 50 and 60% of South Africa's agricultural products and exports. By looking at the data from the quarter of 2017's Labour Force Survey, it is clear that there are currently 215,300 people employed in primary agriculture in the Western Cape, of which 144,966 are agri-processing workers and 100,106 are agri-processing support workers. This equates to 17.6% of all people employed in the province. The important point here is that there are 32,847 people more than in the first quarter of 2015, a healthy growth of 8.4% in the Western Cape. Noting the ability of agriculture and agri-processing to dramatically accelerate growth in jobs in the province, in 2014, as part of our strategy, we gave this priority a priority sector status. As part of COLISA, we work very closely with the private sector to define a set of action plans to maximize our competitive potential in these areas. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, it is clearly evident that the redistribution and the repurpose of land in the Western Cape has, in line with the Constitution and the NDP, been carried out in such a way that it benefits not only individuals, but the provincial economy at large. Where the ANC continues to fail in this regard, the Western Cape is right on track with rural development and land reform in conjunction with our agricultural sector to give our people access to land, access to skills and that they need necessary to farm and develop it. This process empowers our people and gives them a seat at the table of our provincial economy and its management. The DA continues to state the following: land reform must be undertaken in line with the Constitution. Land for agriculture must be redistributed with the skills and expertise necessary to farm it. And let us remember that merely giving land to an individual does not ensure his or her economic well-being. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stofile.
Deputy Chair of the NSOP, Minister Nkwinti, Minister Zokwana, Deputy Minister Cele, Deputy Minister Squasha, distinguished members of the House, it is a great opportunity, well received by us as SALCA, to speak on this important issue, land. And I can hear everybody speaking about land and speaking about people, and people and land are residing in the municipality. And it is important that as we locate the debate about land, we also remember that we are operating in the municipal space. Chair, I am sure the Minister will agree with us that the configuration of poverty, inequality, and unemployment in South Africa, particularly in rural areas, is a direct outcome of colonial and apartheid engineering. We all know, honorable members, that the most prominent aspect of this racist engineering were large-scale land dispossession, the establishment of Bantustans, which were deliberately located in an unproductive land parcel, carefully selected to manufacture the current class disparities between urban and rural areas, and the most glaringly, between black and white South Africans. The struggle to reverse this calamity will indeed take a big and long time. The dislodged and entrenched economic enclave will indeed require a more radical approach by all progressive spheres of government. We hope that all South Africans, beyond political parties' allegiances, share on Oliver Tambo's vision when he says, "We seek to create a united, democratic, a non-racial society. We have a vision of South Africa in which black and white shall live and work together as equals, in conditions of peace and prosperity, using the power you derive from the discovery of the truth about racism in South Africa. You will help us to remake our part of the world into a corner of the globe on which all of humanity can be proud of, so said Tambo. The geographical, racial, and gender dimension of these spatial injustices remains a daunting challenge that the democratic government must address if what O.R. Tambo envisioned is to be achieved. It is in this context that, as SALGA, we remain convinced that rural development and land reforms can contribute towards not only radical economic empowerment of our people, but serve as catalyst for nation building and reconciliation in our country. As Fanon once said, for the colonized people, the most essential value, because the most concrete, is the first and the foremost, the land, and the land which will bring them bread and above all dignity, so said Lennon. As a fundamental aspect of our thoroughgoing national and local government transformation, and indeed our shared commitment to under-apartheid special injustice, all South Africans has a right to land and associated economic empowerment. Honorable Chair, we concur with the Minister that transforming rural economies requires much more than access to land. A holistic system that will ensure that transformation of the land tenure system, development of the necessary social and economic infrastructure, such as roads, bridges, dams, and ICTs, and ensuring that all the entire agricultural value chain is adequately developed for farmers of all scales to produce for both local and international market. I am certain you will agree with me that fundamental economic transformation requires an activist state, a state that invests resources to ensure realization of the radical economic empowerment of women, youth, and all people in general. As the former President Nelson Mandela, when he addressed our Congress in 1996, he said, "You have the task of doing whatever is necessary to ensure that our new local government system serves the needs of our communities. You have the responsibility to make their voice heard and to provide an effective instrument for them to improve their lives," so said Nelson Mandela. It is against this background, these words from President Mandela, that we want to respectfully argue that in order to achieve a state that is capable of playing a developmental and transformative role, we must ensure that all spheres of government support local government as the sphere closest to the people and the implementation level of government as a whole. Honorable Chair, we call upon you, Honorable Minister, to work with us to reinforce rather than undermine the potential role of developmental local government so that municipalities can address poverty and inequalities by developing rural communities to dislodge apartheid geography. It is in this context that we implore both national and provincial sphere to ensure that greater focus be placed on integrated planning, and municipal IDP should be the base for all development and specific municipal localities. Honorable Chair, we fully support district rural development plans. With your support, we will actively engage our members to ensure that these plans are integrated into IDP and constitute an integral component of municipal plan. On behalf of SALGA, I wish to extend an invitation that we have already said, that we have focused to Karoo. Let me conclude by evoking the spirit of Steve Biko, who envisioned that, I quote, "We have set out on a quest for truth, humanity, and somewhere on the distant horizon, we can see the gathering prize. Let us march forth with courage and determination, drawing strength from our common plight and our brotherhood and sisterhood. In time, we shall be in position to bestow upon South Africa the greatest gift possible, more human face," so said Steve Biko. We have no reason as local government sector not to support the both budgets.
Thank you very much. I now call on Honorable Nyambi. Continue the debate.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputies, Honorable Members, Honorable guests, and in the gallery, ladies and gentlemen, to both Honorable Ministers, Albert Einstein advised us, I quote, open quote, "Stay away from negative people. They have a problem from every solution," close quote. Guided by the theme, the year of the Freedom Charter and Unity in Action, so as to advance economic freedom, the 2015 ANC Policy National General Council adopted the program of radical economic transformation to address the slow pace of transformation. At the heart of radical economic transformation, it's an effective state that is decisive in its pursuit of structural change. We committed the country to radical economic transformation where all social partners, government, the private sector, organized labor work together in mutual reinforcing ways to create decent work. Despite the massive advances made since 1994, there's been insufficient progress in respect to employment growth, wage income, and workplace inequality. The situation has worsened because of global economic slowdown. This reflects a structural shift in the world economy with significant uncertainty and no clarity on where the new areas of growth will happen. Looking forward, we are not likely to see significant improvement in the coming 5 years or so. Coupled with this has been the impact on lower metal prices, exports, investment, leading to slower growth. What does this then mean for the direction we need to pursue with regard to today's policy budget vote debates on agriculture and land reform, Honorable Smith? Clearly, policy must address the slow pace of land reform. We know that only 8% hectares of arable land have been transferred to black people, which is only 9.8% of the 82.4 million hectares of arable land in South Africa. At this rate, it will take us more years to reach the set target. Furthermore, there are more land claims outstanding since 1998. Two things have got to be done urgently. To achieve an inclusive economy and just and equitable social order, firstly, we must ensure that we expedite land risk distribution. Land shall be shared among those who work it. In injunction it from the Freedom Charter, and it goes further to set out in some detail what a democratic government will have to do to assist those working the land. The ANC 53rd National Conference passed resolution in this regard, some of which have been implemented while others are being processed for implementation. Secondly, we must beneficiate strategic resources within the country, and this relates to, in the context of this debate, to agriculture and forestry products. Policy direction is generally sound, and even the critics are largely unable to provide a sound and rational alternative, but clings to slogans without having the credibility of producing proposals on how a regulatory environment will be able to lend any credibility to their proposal, as Honorable Smith and Honorable Julius have done today. Other proposal will require a review of the Constitution, which cannot be proven to be necessary. Ours is to pursue a system of differentiated support services to the agricultural sector and to black producers, whether subsistence, smallholder, or small-scale commercial. We need to operationalize new land reform legislation aimed at establishing land administration structures and accelerating performance, including the Spatial Planning Land Use Management Act, assented to in August 2013, and the Property Valuation Act, assented in August 2014. We have to ensure that we reduce inflated pricing for land acquired by the state for land reform by utilizing the Expropriation Act where necessary. We have to encourage land claimants to accept land instead of financial compensation. Over 90% of claims are currently settled through financial compensation, which perpetuates the dispossession. And we must develop and enforce spatial planning to address competing uses of land between mining, agriculture, and human settlements. Policy determines the creation and maintenance of equitable and sustainable land dispensation so as to ensure rural development and sustainable rural livelihoods. A policy mandate that draws on Section 24, Section 25, and 27 of the Constitution. We have to ensure attainment of vibrant, equitable, and sustainable rural communities. Agrarian transformation is informed by policy and strategy. Agrarian transformation is a rapid and fundamental change in the relation system, patterns of ownership, and controls of land, livestock, and cropping. Following the publication of the 2011 Green Paper on Land Reform, a protracted process of policy development which entail extensive public consultations has taken place. Out of that process, a plethora of policies and legislative amendments have been proposed and others subsequently implemented. Some of these have been the strengthening relative rights for people working the land, which derive both from the Freedom Charter and our beloved Constitution. The one household, 1 hectare, and the recently pronounced the one household, 2 dairy cows programs. Policy on exception to the 2013 cut-off date is long overdue, and the department and the commission are urged to finalize the policy, Honorable Minister. For the 2017-18 financial year, we know that the department has planned to process critical pieces of legislation, key among these being regulation of agricultural land holding bill, a bill which seeks to provide for regulation of communal land, disclosure by landowners of their nationality, race, and gender, the circumstances under which foreign person may own and have access to land, the establishment and maintenance of a register of land ownership, the submission of information on public land, the establishment and composition of the land composition, as it was said by the Deputy Minister, and the resolution of disputes over situation in which 2 or more title deeds have been issued in respect of the same parcel of land. The Deeds Registry Amendment Bill, which seeks to effect technical amendments to the Deeds Register Act to improve on some of the technical implementation challenges, together with the Electronic Deeds Registration System Bill, which seeks to amend the Deeds Register Act and provides for electronic registration of deeds. The split of the land reform program into land redistribution and the development, as well as land tenure, is a welcome initiative which will result in a focused land management, especially lease management and allocation of land to deserving beneficiaries and support them through the RECAP program. The transfer of the administration and implementation of the RECAP policy to the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries could potentially result in more efficient farmer support by the relevant and capacitated line function department. Noting that the program does not have dedicated funds and that it had been using 25% of the budget for land acquisition, Department of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries, unless this is addressed, this could become a challenge in the foreseeable future. The prioritization of acquisition of strategically located land has clearly targeted beneficiaries and which adequate development support, both in terms of pre- and post-settlement stages of the project. This could address some of the weaknesses of the current program of land reform. Honorable Minister, we must ensure that the pace of land redistribution is increased by finalizing policy framework to guide an interface of the Office of Valuer General and the Commission as the entire chain for acquisition of strategically located land. This means reviewing both issues that were long outstanding that has been raised at committee level, Honorable Minister. Key programs in the agricultural sector is to ensure an enhanced and dynamic functioning agricultural value chain. Without this, we shall not have done a job creation we speak of. In relation to financing for smallholder farmers, the question of the location of the land bank in particular, and relook at the legislation and regulation that inform its orientation, it's long overdue. Priority 1 of the 9-point plan addressed the intensification of the revitalization of agriculture, agro-processing value chain, and focus on 5 critical areas: the implementations of agri-parks, agricultural policy action plan, collaborating with the private sector partners, aquaculture. Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, capacity building at all spheres of government, it's long overdue as it's a matter of must. To Honorable Smith and Honorable Julius, I have this to say to you. I thought I was going to use the Constitution to read the preamble so that you understand what does it mean when it says we have to address the historical imbalance of the past. Ngibuya eMpumalanga mina. In Mpumalanga, we happen to have a farmer that put a young boy in a coffin while this young boy was alive. And in this podium, you never came here to condemn that act, to show that you understand what is in the preamble of this constitution. I'm a member of a glorious organization that is very clear that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white.
Honorable Nyambe, take a seat.
Honorable
what's the
Deputy
point?
Chair, I'm actually prepared to stand up and condemn it.
No, that's not a point of order. Continue the debate.
Thomas Sankara once told us that anything not effective and efficient is reactionary. That's what we are doing, Honorable Smith. Three things in life that never come back when gone, I want to teach you today. The first one, it's time. You have the opportunity to understand us using this time. The second one is the words that you always utter when you are here. You are abusing this platform. The last one is an opportunity. When you get an opportunity, you always disabuse us. Refrain from doing that. Three things that should never be lost by you, Honorable Smith and Honorable Julius. The first one, it's peace. The second one, it's hope. The last one, it's honesty. When you are here, you must always be honest at all times. I will give you a copy.
Honorable Nyambe, can you take a seat? On what point are you raising, Honorable
The
Member?
honorable member is casting aspersions. He's actually saying that we are dishonest. He meant we are when we are there, we must be honest, meaning that we are dishonest.
Can I check the context?
Sorry?
Can I check the context and report? Continue, Honorable Member.
Honorable Smith and Honorable Julius, when we are here trying to make as if Honorable Nkwinti and Honorable Zokwane, the two ministers, they are contradicting each other, yet as an NSOP, we are the house that has got the opportunity to have all of them in one roof because they belong in one select committee, you were very dishonest. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the wise words of a philosopher.
Order, honorable members.
I'll give you a copy of the wise words of a philosopher called Plato. Wise,
Honorable Julius.
open quote. Wise men speak because they have something to say. Fool because they have to say something. Close quote. Honorable members, you know, we have to learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow. The important thing is that as honorable members of this August House, there's nothing wrong to stop. Let us not stop questioning and give credit where it's due. I want to tell you that when dealing with the issue of land, Honorable VR, the MEC of where the sun rises, people are working harder, the province where I come from, Mpumalanga. The issue of land, you are very correct. It's a very emotive issue. The issue of land, the land question, if you want to fair about it, Honorable Julius and Honorable Smith, it will be appropriate to refer to it as a historical fraud. The land question is a historical fraud. And to understand that, you have to visit. When we are being sworn in as members, all of us, not only myself because I'm here, they gave us this thing. I'll read because it's not in my speech. It's something that was given to you.
Honorable, okay.
Chairperson, a point of order, the member is directly speaking to me, and he must speak through you.
Honorable Member Nyambi, can you please address members through me?
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, as I'm talking to through you to Honorable Julius and Honorable Smith, what was given to us called Constitution, the preamble says, we the people of South Africa recognizes the injustices of the past. For reasons I can't tell, through you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Smith decided to start at the end and deal with the part of Nkosi Sikelel Africa. You must start with the first part from the preamble, then you'll understand the correct context. In conclusion, to the honorable members and honorable ministers, we must at all times, when dealing with this issue of land question, remember that the land belongs to the dead. Few who are living, but a countless many more who are yet to be born. As ANC, we support budget vote 39 and 34. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. May I call on the Minister Nkwinti to respond to the debate?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's a pity the Honorable Schaefer ran away. As she was speaking here, she reminded me of the day when President Nelson Mandela stood up and walked to the podium after former President de Klerk spoke. She spoke like she was pontificating here, like other DA members who are pontificating, particularly those who are white. They have not extended their hand to reconcile in terms of what they did to the African people. That is the problem. You know, Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair, this is a challenge to us. You see, we black people, when I say African, I include decay in the sun, by the way. the first war of dispossession took place right here in 1659. Here, it was white people under Jan van Riebeeck who killed the Khoi and the San people here. That was 1659. So they come here. When we actually try to do our best to bend backwards, we are going to break our backs now because we are accommodating them. They are arrogant. They come and stand here everywhere, and they tell us you're doing nothing, you're slowing, and tell us about we're not doing this for our people. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I was in a conference of MKMVA. There's a resolution there. We persuaded them. They say expropriation without compensation. We persuaded them because we were remembering people like Tambo, Mandela, etc., who are responsible for that constitution. Because they extended their arm to say, let us reconcile with the white people, white compatriots here. But whites never contributed to reconciliation in this country. I said to them, let me confess here. I said to them, please, don't do it that way. We're going to bring a bill to this house, and I'm very happy that they're talking like they're doing, like they want to give people land. We're going to bring a bill here, regulation of land, of agricultural land bill. We have not set the limit. We said there will be ceilings. We have not determined what would be the extent in terms of hectares. You are parliamentarians. All of you, therefore, you are challenged. Set the ceiling. In Africa here, I was in Harare just over a year ago. 50 hectares, in fact, 0 to 5 is smallholder farm. 50 hectares is medium scale. A large scale is 500 hectares. Here we're talking about people who own land here, hundreds of thousands of hectares in South Africa. You have it now. Thank you very much, DA, for being arrogant here. I want you, I'm challenging you. When that bill comes here, set the large scale 500 hectares. And then the rest, I said to the soldiers, please don't do it that way. Rather, explore the possibility of anything above the set ceiling, expropriation without compensation. So that we can now challenge, let us challenge the white South Africans to extend their hand of reconciliation to the African majority who they did not take land. They did not steal land. They did not steal land. EFF, you're wrong. They did not. They killed our people to take the land. I have a chief, my chief Kungwa, was killed on the 4th of January, 1812. His soldier, his warrior, a Khoi, he escaped that death and went to Ndlambe in the Zurbeck in the Eastern Cape. He got there, and Stockensstrom Senior was engaged with the Xhosa and Ndlambe. And then this warrior said to Ndlambe, the chief has been killed in Alexandria. And then when Ndlambe heard about that, he sent his own warrior, who was also a Khoi, to kill Andrew Stockensstrom. That's how the 4th of the 9 wars of dispossession started. So this land was never stolen. I'm helping the young people from the FF. It was war. It was taken by force of war. So please, thank you very much, DA. When that bill comes here,
Honorable Minister.
let's agree that let's set the ceiling very low.
Yes, Honorable Julius.
My apologies, Honorable Minister. I see you on a roll, but we have to stick to time. 3 minutes is long.
Nah, man.
How can you say hi, man?
No.
How can you say hi, man?
Honorable Julius.
No, you see.
Honorable Julius. I didn't
Thank you, Chair.
Order, honorable members. I didn't want to do, on order, Chief. Can I address you? I didn't want to do this. Honorable Julius, I didn't want to do this earlier on when you raised this issue. Honorable Mampuru, order, please. You know what? Honorable Julius, I want you to familiarize yourself with the rule of the presiding officer. Because I'm using my discretion. The rules empower me to use my discretion. Okay, fine. I might have reacted otherwise. I withdraw that. I withdraw that. I withdraw that, Honorable Julius. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. By the way, the Honorable Julius raised a matter here. The Honorable Julius raised a matter about Womfredi. Ekhan Womfredi Keyer during this recess. I've already arranged that. Please tell him as a brief. So, Honorable Chair, let us agree that the land reform is very slow. Let us agree. But you know why? Because we wanted to be decent as the African National Congress. Remember, even during the years of struggle, it was very strict in the African National Congress, never kill civilians. Remember the young boy, Andrew Zondo, who made that mistake. Even today, we're not talking about him because he made that mistake. That's how serious the African National Congress is about human life. We're across the racial line. So don't provoke us. As a belief, don't provoke us. I'm challenging you, Honorable Chair. I'm challenging this House. When the bill comes here, it's going to come here. We've got 300 objections already. And they're from white people. 300 objections. Not people are saying, but this, make it 50, make that. 300. They say, we reject this bill. It will come to this House. You are lawmakers. You want reconciliation in the country. You want to share land with everybody else. Please ensure that the ceiling at the highest level is 500. And explore the possibility. Explore the possibility of anything above that. To be expropriation without compensation. Because in that situation, everybody will have land, including those who have land now. And others can share land. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I call on the Minister Zokwana to respond to the debate?
Thanks, Chairperson. I agree with Minister Honorable Nkwinti that those who want to shine be practical in action. Ngesixhosa ukhweli ihashe ujonge ngasemva kunegama lakho kodwa ngumkha wamakhwenkwe. Now, I'm going to say this because Mr. Smith wants to locate black people into peripheral fishing, refusing to get the challenge as to who is currently monopolizing fishing. In this country, only 5 companies are involved into fishing. Black people are there as workers. If that is not wrong, I would like you to join me when I present a transformation program that will make sure that fish resides with the state. If you speak of decentralizing, what about the 7 provinces without an ocean? I'm saying so. I'm saying to you, be practical, because fishing is a science. You cannot just decentralize. There are only 4 provinces that have got oceans. And no, please, you had your time. You didn't use it. I'm saying to you, don't come here and grandstand and claim that the ANC is playing with land reform when you are not doing anything to make sure. For instance, Scott Crossley has been arrested twice for killing or injuring black people. I didn't hear you speaking about that. I didn't hear you saying that some of the farmers are ill-treating their employees. You didn't speak about farm workers who have been shot mistaken for animals. You didn't say that is wrong. You come here and make as if all that the ANC has done is wrong. You didn't, for instance, apartheid was worse than any other policy. You design a disempowering law called Bantu education. And your own ancestor, which was praised in your Congress, by the way, by Alistair Spark as being the most intelligent South African he knows of, said, the Bantu education we have designed for black people is not to give them a status of being equal to their counterparts, but being able to take instructions as workers. Today you come and make as if you are an angel. And I think that we need to be fair and say, we will build this country when we work together. You come here like mouse. You want to be my ancestor, to put words in my mouth, to say that the Minister of Land Reform didn't tell the truth. And yet we agreed with you in that meeting that the two departments must come together and present what is the future of agriculture and land reform. If the DA, for instance, you know, I think the DA has gone to school where the Nazis have been, and you have studied the philosophy of Goebbels, of telling a big lie with a straight face repeatedly until that lie becomes the truth. If you travel from Cape Town, you don't see shacks in Cape Town. You see people staying in carports. You see them on a daily basis in your eyes because you have to tell the lie. They don't exist. Shame on those who come here and pretend to be angels. And yet where they come from, racism is not only sin, but those who live there feel it as painful. I repeat, so kweli ash ujonga semva. Be practical, so that we know whether you're coming or going. Honorable Julius, as a brief me bro, haike in Afrikaans beteken near. It's not an insult. It means near. So what I'm saying therefore is, I challenge the Democratic Alliance. Because you say the ANC should persuade its MPs to vote with their conscience and understand and undermine their organization. When today, DA councillors in Mukhale City are undergoing a lie detector test because one of them have voted with the ANC to unseat their capital. Why do you play double standards? So don't come here and make as if you are staying in glass houses. And I want to say to you, those who stay in glass houses, please don't throw stones. We have been so patient. We have been so understanding, such that you mistake that for us being cowards. If you want to challenge us, we will show you. But I think black voters must know the DA does not love them except their votes. I repeat, black people who vote for DA have betrayed their ancestors. They've betrayed their being. They've made to believe the lies that are told on daily basis. And I believe, therefore, that Goebbels may have played a role in your own philosophy and understanding. That you tell a big lie repeatedly. For instance, the strike in agriculture was in the Eastern Cape, in the Western Cape, because why? Black farmers are exploited. And I'm saying, therefore, that we need to tell the truth so that we can build the future. Bayadangi, thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable members, order. Do you still want to pursue the issue? Yes, honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Chair, I believe that the Minister was saying directly to me that I was lying.
Order. I want to hear the member. Yes.
Chair, can I be protected by the Honorable Makua? I was saying that the Minister was saying directly to me that I was lying. I want to know if that is parliamentary.
You know, unfortunately for me, I can't even hear what Smith is saying, Honorable Smith is saying. I just heard him saying that the minister something me. Can I just hear the member? What is the member trying to say to me?
Honorable Deputy Chair, I was saying that the minister was directly saying to me that I was lying. I want to know if that is parliamentary.
Well, I didn't hear that part. Can I be allowed then an opportunity to check on it? Fine. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. I've been informed that the buses are ready outside. So as soon as we adjourn, we must leave for the buses, or else they would leave us. The business, so that concludes the debate and the House is adjourned.